Hello, hello, hello. Hi Lee, hi Nana, hi Debbie, hi Sandra, hi Matt, hi Glinda, hi Tia, hi Debbie, hi Lee, hi Teresa, hi Cindy, hi Susan, hi Dana, hi Catherine, hi Hank, hi Cindy, hi Lynn, hi Carol. Hopefully everyone's having a good day out there. It's not looking good out there in Ukraine right now, though. As we're watching what's happening. Of course, fighting has just recently broke out again amongst Ukraine. UN, of course, meeting right now as we speak. I do want to show you a video that was sent to us or given to us just about 30 minutes ago. This is inside of Kiev. This video that's going to come up here is inside of Kiev. This happened inside of Kiev. It's very sad, of course, watching what's happening there. Families and lives are being lost, but it's part of what's happening. There we go. There's an airstrike that happened about 30 minutes ago in Kiev. Airstrike that's happened in Kiev about 30 minutes ago. There are active strikes, of course, happening inside of and around right now. It's happening live there in Kiev. There's an active airstrike warning of impending airstrikes, of course. It's just sad seeing what's happening. Of course, the families and everything that have lost loved ones out there and people that have lost homes. It is truly a tragedy looking and seeing what's happening. And I'm going to switch over here to the map so you guys can see what I'm talking about. These are all active right now, active zones in Kiev and around Kiev. We have several strikes happening up here, even outside of the viewing port. Happening right here on the roadway. Of course, these were troops moving in. Oil depot exploded. An oil shipment, of course, got fired at. Tanks are firing off rounds. An airstrike happened on the actual supply line that was coming in, the oil that was coming in. We have some fighters down here. Of course, snipers and tanks are being deployed in Volyza or Voryza. We'll talk about what's different now and then, but clashes, of course, in Bacha and Voryza and everything there. Lots of clashes happening inside of the city. We got lots of fires, burning of military equipment that, of course, Ukrainian military equipment is being set on fire. And the forest, of course, is on fire in Irpin right here. A lot happening right now. A lot happening very quickly. Airstrikes inside of Kiev right here, just moments ago. And, of course, more airstrikes on the outside of Kiev right here on Bravo. Air raid sirens have been going off repeatedly inside of Kiev, downtown here. But yet there has not been any airstrikes yet, but there is an airstrike threat as of this moment for downtown Kiev. So we're watching that right now. Watching what's happening there. It is scary out there for the families, of course, and everybody around there. We have live views all around Ukraine right here. Kiev right here in the top left, and of course Gordox in the top right and middle bottom. Audio is coming through there right now, though. It's pretty quiet coming out of Kiev. Of course, we have a direct feed inside of Kiev right here. This audio as well. It's quiet out there right now. For right now. We'll be listening in on that. We're also going to cut over here to the UN. They are still meeting right now about the humanitarian crisis that is happening and trying to get some emergency relief there. Doesn't look like anything is really coming out of this meeting, though, unfortunately, as I've been watching and listening for the last couple hours. They're speaking live, so I'm going to get it on here for you guys so we can hear what's happening, of course, in the UN meeting right now. Belarus is joining in. Yes, Belarus. You can't attack Belarus without attacking Russia right now. You can't attack Chechnya without attacking Russia right now. So it's pretty much hands are tied. Of course, with Switzerland joining the sanctions and, of course, seizing Vladimir Putin's accounts in Switzerland, this is going to be a big deal coming forward. I imagine we're going to see a lot more attacks.
Let me repeat, we agree with the Secretary General entirely, and we support his call.
This, of course, the UN Council. I'm going to put it on for here for a minute while I get some updates, and I'm going to give you guys a laydown of everything that's happened.
And for the responsible actors to immediately cease all hostilities and prioritize diplomacy to address all issues peacefully in accordance with the UN Charter and international law. We also support the good officers of the UN Secretary General to be deployed in any way possible to facilitate diplomatic contacts and negotiations.
Ukraine was not part of the EU. They have not been part of the European Union ever. They have never been part of it.
In the General Assembly. As members of the General Assembly, we have to act swiftly, firmly, and with unity of purpose. Singapore is one of the main.
I don't think peace talks went well, like I was just saying. I know you guys are just joining in. I do not think they went well. I'll go back over here real quick. This is activity happening as of right now across Ukraine. Kiev, of course, is suffering heavy losses right now. There's been multiple bombings, helicopters being shot down. Helicopters, of course, fighting. Been some arrests, or Russian soldiers surrendered, according to the Ukrainian army, but I don't believe that for a second. Some Russian soldiers reportedly have surrendered. Lots of damage, of course, lots of videos of damage and everything that's happening out there. It is sad. There was an airstrike in Kiev. This is a video of the airstrike. I'm going to put it up here on the screen. It's the airstrike that happened not too long ago. There's heavy losses are being felt. I'm guessing the talks did not go well, looking at the activity that, of course, is happening. In Belarus, there's tanks active and ready. A convoy of the 83rd Airborne Assault Brigade of Belarus's army, not Russia, is near, of course, the Khamborn Beast region. Most of the vehicles are marked with red squares. Red squares, of course, have not been deployed yet. So that is a concern, because none of the red squares have entered Ukrainian space yet. Yeah, I can see you, Glenda. China is on Ukraine's side, or Russia's side. You have reports that sirens are going off here again. Capital. We got active air raid sirens right now. This is happening in Kiev, in the capital. Keep an eye on the map. As soon as I see a hit, I will let you guys know where it's at. If we attack Belarus, we end up in war. I don't know what happened to the talks, but obviously the fighting has continued. Talks happened over 9 hours ago now. That air raid siren is too loud for me to talk over when I have it turned off that loud. I am sorry, you guys. They're going off in all points of the city now, not just one side. Listening live in Kiev. Don't have any updates of where any hits have occurred, so I'm watching for updates right now. It's sad. Yeah, all the embassies closed in Belarus earlier today. It's leading to war, unfortunately. That's what it's looking like. It's looking like we're leading to war. The sirens are before strikes. Yeah, sirens are as soon as aircraft lift off. We are watching live, of course, according to the map, to see where the strikes are happening and when they happen. Just because the sirens went off, though, does not mean that there is active bombs falling. It means there's aircraft in the air that are falling. So. Here. The ceasefire happened during the original talk. I don't know what happened after that. The Ukrainian president, of course, over an hour ago said the negotiations are difficult and that the Russian side is still biased towards destructive operations. There's no curfews necessarily, and the Ukrainian people were asked to fight, so curfews will kind of be obsolete at this point. You can't ask your people to fight and then, of course, not do anything about it. I don't believe Russia or Putin is going to stop at any point. It's sad for the people out here, though. It is definitely sad. Giving a live eye on everything that's happening. Of course, giving you guys updates as soon as we get them. Yeah, unfortunately, you don't see the military really on the cameras. And the biggest thing is, you don't really see the attacks happening. I mean, we get video right after an attack happens somewhere. Getting it live is very, very rare. Capturing it, like actually getting it live on. They have not been delivered yet. They're on their way. The UN isn't a kickstand on a tricycle is more useful than, of course, the UN. The UN is a joke, Jeff. It does sound like an explosion somewhere in the background. I'm not seeing anything. I'm checking other Kiev feeds as well that I have up. Of course, watching the map. Missile strike was over. Last missile strike was over an hour ago. It's just scary out there. Imagine being a citizen, not being able to flee, because a lot of citizens can't get out now. They're stuck. And that's what a lot of people are facing, as we've been watching, of course, around what's going on. Even last night during fighting in the southeast part of the country, people were stuck. They couldn't go anywhere, but in and out of bomb shelters all night. Families in and out of bomb shelters. And letting out all their prisoners to fight Russians is not going to help. Prisoners don't care about winning or losing a war. Honestly, if they lose the war, then they're free anyways. That. Yeah, they have very little food there. We know. UN is trying to get aid packages delivered there amongst the humanitarian crisis. That's the thing, though. The aid packages that could be delivered by UN have to be humanitarian only. They can't be weapons or anything else. And Russia, of course, fears that they will use that as a means to get more weapons in, to airdrop weapons to Ukrainians. Of course, with ammo supplies running low for a lot of fighting zones that we've been watching. Do I think Putin's? Do I think Big Putin thinks he's gonna get caught? Then he will fire. Well, last night there was a series of 3 heavy missiles or 3 heavy somethings that were fired out of Ukraine or out of Belarus. None of them touched down. There are mobile platforms for intercontinental missiles within Belarus right now from Russia. So it could be very possible that whatever got fired last night, because they never touched down after they got fired, could be in space still, awaiting coordinates. So Putin's using the nuclear word every day. He's been using it every day, and he makes sure he makes it obvious that that is definitely an option. watching what's happening, of course, trying to find out if anything has broken about this air raid sirens that just went off. Dozens killed, hundreds are wounded by the bombing in Kharkiv, Ukraine, officials are saying. See if I can get a live feed of that as well. It is sad. And of course, Ukraine president is trying to say war crimes are being committed. But at the same time, we've seen video. I mean, if you guys have not seen the video and want to see, it's a graphic, very graphic video. But if you send an email to the page's email address, I will send you out a copy of a video of Ukrainian soldiers that tied up a Russian soldier to a cross and tortured him and burned him alive, unfortunately. And that is a war crime. That is a true war crime. It is sickening that it happened, but I'm going to be honest with you guys. I have a video of it. It's real, but it is sickening. Ukrainian soldiers, of course, doing that. Sickening. You can hear the gunfire in the background now. Not sure if you guys can hear about that. There's gunfire in the background right now. This is in Ukraine, or in Kiev right now. We're hearing this audio from. It's sad. Yeah, well, the problem is, and I'm going to be honest with you guys, the problem is Ukrainian president doesn't want to give up anything, but he wants to fall, or he wants to Russia to bow down. He doesn't want to give up anything with running low on ammunition, food for his citizens, and lives being lost. He does not want to give up. He does not want to surrender his rights to nuclear weapons or missiles that could hit Russia. He does not want any of that. He wants to stand for having everything his way, no matter what citizens. You don't blame him? Well, why should he give anything up? Well, first of all, the treaty originally said he's never allowed to have nuclear weapons. The treaty for Ukraine said they're never allowed to have any weapons there that could hit Moscow. They weren't allowed to become part of NATO, ever. That was part of everything they gave up. He wants them back. That's the problem. The United States was trying to get weapons in there about a little bit more than a month ago that could have hit Moscow. They were supposedly defensive missiles, but we were going to put them there and they could have been used offensively. Yeah, the media is showing a definite different portrait than what's actually happening. Yeah. Don't put old men in charge of babies. It is sad what's happening. I feel very sad and sickened for the citizens there in Ukraine, but this is all lit up from political outrage and demise. Corruption is rampant within Ukraine still. And I'm not saying I don't like Putin at all. Time is that now? I don't know why the bell went off, because it is only 10:30. No. Why did I say 10:30? I'm sleeping already, I guess. It's 8:30 there. I don't know why the bells just went off. That was kind of weird. Yeah, Russia or Putin has put. Yeah, they stopped going off at 10. I thought it was like 10 o'clock, but it is early still. It is early still. Yeah, but at 10 o'clock at night, they start going to once an hour. I've been following this church here. Oh. Yeah. A lot of stuff led up to this. I mean, I could go through the whole list of stuff if you guys really want me to have a long speech today. I can start back in terms of relationships between the United States and or what happened with Ukraine back since 1990. On June 21st of 1990, when over 300,000 Ukrainians organized a human chain for Ukraine's independence between Kiev and Lviv. Ukrainian officials declared itself as an independent country on August 24th of 1991, when the Communist Supreme Soviet Parliament of Ukraine proclaimed that the Ukrainians would no longer follow the law of the USSR, and the only laws of the Ukrainian SSR de facto declared Ukraine independent from the Soviet Union. On December 1st, voters approved the referendum formalizing independence from the Soviet Union. Over 90% of Ukrainian citizens voted for the independence, with a majority in every region, including 56% in Crimea. Give you all the information about everything. But and then the Soviet Union, of course, ceased its existence on December 26th, of course, when the Soviet Union collapsed completely. Then Belarus, of course, Russia, and the Baltic states were formed. The first president that was voted president-elect, Leonid Kalinch, served from 1991 until 1994. During his presidency, the Ukraine's economic shrank by more than 10% per year, more than 30% over his presidency. In 1994, the second president of Ukraine was elected, Leonid Kalinch, and he was surrounded by corruption scandals and, of course, legions of media freedoms, and, of course, the cassette scandal. But he was president until 2005, with a GDP of growth at around 10% a year during his last years in office. So he was corrupt, but yet he was an excellent president. 2004, of course, Kimchi announced that he would not run for re-election. The two major candidates emerged in 2004's presidential election were Viktor and, of course, the incumbent prime minister at the time, supported both Kimchi and the Russian Federation, wanted closer ties with Russia. The main opposition candidate for Ukraine called for its attention westward and aimed to eventually join the EU. In runoff elections, Kimchi officially won by a very narrow margin. His supporters alleged that the voting was rigged and immediately cost him many votes, especially in eastern Ukraine. A political crisis erupted that opposed started massive street protests in Kiev and other cities. The Supreme Court of Ukraine ordered that the election results null and void, and a second runoff election found Viktor the winner again. 5 days later, he resigned from office and his cabinet was dismissed. In January 2005, relations between Russia and Ukraine appeared quite strained during this, looked towards improving the relationships with the European Union towards the end in 2005. And a highly publicized, despite natural gas prices with Russia causing shortages in many European countries, they were reliant on Ukraine and as a transit country. Compromise was reached in January 2006. By the time the president's election of 2010, Yancey and Viktor and Yulov, say the first names, allies during the Orange Revolution, became bitter enemies. Of course, Yulov ran for president against Viktor, and Viktor created a three-way race, which popularity had plummeted. Persistence in running, many pro-Orange voters stayed home. In the second round of elections, Viktor won in 2010, after, of course, giving up his presidency in 2015 because of actions against him. So from 2010 to 2014, he ran his party, and the regime's accused of trying to create controlled democracy in Ukraine, which exists today. I want to say it does exist today. And trying to destroy the main opposition's party. Both have denied these charges, and one frequent example cited in Viktor's attempts to centralize power was in 2011 when he sentenced Yulov, which has been condemned by Western governments like the United States as a potential of being politically motivated. But he was arrested. Yulov was arrested at the time. 2013, President Viktor did not sign the Ukraine-European Union Association Agreement, instead closer ties to Putin. You got to remember, back in 2011, that's when the CIA, of course, or somebody, I'm not going to say CIA, somebody funded the now sitting president of the Ukraine to start a television show. They paid for his studio, they paid for the shooting of the show, they had the script of the show written out, and he was supposed to be the star and the producer. That happened. The show was about a school teacher becoming president of Ukraine and leading the party to great victories amongst the way. That show aired for 3 years, paid for by a budget of an undisclosed Westerner. That's all I'm going to say. But in 2014, when he did not sign the European Union agreement, and he pursued closer ties to Russia, this moved a protest, according to the United States, on the streets of Kiev. And ultimately, in 2014, Ukrainians' revolution, protesters set up camps in Kiev. And in December of 2013, in January 2014, Western Ukraine, between protesters and political results, and about 80 deaths in February of 2014. Following the violence, the Ukrainian parliament on February 22nd voted to remove him from power on the grounds that his whereabouts were unknown and thus he could not fulfill his duties. Yole was then freed from prison, but at the same time, Viktor was imprisoned, as Parliament demanded. Subsequently installed an interim president. Yulov was there, and Viktor had fled Kiev at that time until he was seized and imprisoned in March of 2014. The annex of Crimea by Russian pro-Federation forces occurred in March of 2014 as well, reunifying Russia with reported as shown as a large majority of favor of the proposition. The vote was organized under military operations and denounced from the European Union as the United States as illegal the annex of Crimea. So then elections were held, and a pro-Western ally, Zelensky, was elected, with his television company then having a huge influx of money prior to this election, funding his election campaign and everything else along with it, getting him elected as a pro-Western civilization president that is sitting in office today, back in 2014. So there's a lot of stuff that's happened over the years, but this all led up to president being assigned. And of course, president's decreed banning television. This is a big thing. This fraud says nothing's happened, but yet let's get into this, the real fraud. 2001, a presidential decree banned television broadcasting of pro-Russian television in Ukraine, News One, Zika, and several other channels, because it was against the Defense Department of Ukraine and legal ethics. It makes no sense. Pro-Russian and pro-Russian politics, and Putin's godfather Viktor and his wife, I can't pronounce his wife's name, Oscar. This all led up to that. The United States had deals involved in everything, and then about 5 weeks ago, prior to Russia actually building up a massive amount of troops, they did have some troops there, and they were doing actual activities, or mock attacks. Let's put it mock attacks. Which they do every year. At the same time that was happening, we decided that the United States decided we were going to sell Ukraine a missile defense system that was capable of hitting Kiev, or not hitting Kiev, hitting Moscow from Ukrainian soil. It was a defensive system is what we marketed it as, but it was actually able to be fired offensively, and those warheads were actually would be able to be changed within 5 minutes without taking the missiles from their silo from a regular thermite bomb to a nuclear warhead and be fired with under 5 minutes. So a lot of tragedy has happened throughout this event, and of course the United States wants to say Russia is so bad, and the Western unions are calling Russia a failed state or a terrorist state. But we got to look back at what the United States has done and all the past wars we have fought in stuff we don't even call wars, with Afghanistan, Iran, Iraq. It's sad. Just being honest. I'm giving you the honest information. And no, I think it was CIA backed. I'm not going to say for sure. I can't say Soros, because Soros was far from backing this entity. The money was all through shell corporations and everything else. But it was a political movement that happened. And every political movement that goes towards Western society and the history of what's happened always shows back to one company in the United States. Yeah, the West wants Russia to swallow all that and just say whatever. But then at the same time, we're saying Russia right now is creating a humanitarian crisis. Now, let's go back and look just at what we did in Afghanistan over the 20 years we were there. Out of the 300,000 civilians that passed away because of us. And were we ever considered terrorists in Afghanistan? Were we ever considered a humanitarian crisis there? I feel terrible for the citizens of Ukraine. I feel absolutely terrible for them. Tragic. The tragedy behind it is not okay. And it never will be. I'm not saying Putin's right in any of this. I'm not saying we're right. I'm not saying Ukraine's right. I'm not saying anybody's right. War means nobody's ever right. When you're fighting, that means people are wrong. And usually they're wrong all the way around the table. But it's discerning that from the truth, the facts of what's actually happened out there, and the facts that led up to these events. Yeah, you don't have to go far back to see when things weren't so bad. It's not that long ago. NASDAQ and Intercorp Exchange and the New York Stock Exchange have temporarily halted all trading of stocks that are Russian-based companies listed in their exchanges, which is huge. Mayor of one of the cities have been arrested. Ukraine. 9 Ukrainian citizens were killed, 37 wounded, including 3 children, as a result of shelling in Kharkiv today. It happened 21 minutes ago as well. Shell is exiting its joint venture as well, as BP did yesterday, with Russian oil giant. Got an image up here. This is the shelling that, of course, killed 9, wounded 37 others earlier today. It's sad. It's truly sad. This was the picture of what's happened earlier today, the shelling that managed to kill 9 people and wound 37 others, including 3 children. Terrible. It is terrible. Russia does not want a new world order. Russia is against the new world order. They do not want global control. They just want global control of them. Hi, Dave. How you doing tonight? Or today? I guess it's early morning for you, New Zealand. Sirens going off in here in Kiev again. Like just started, but can't quite hear them on this feed. You can hear the sirens out here a lot further out. It It's sad. Air raid sirens are going off again right now as we speak. Air raid sirens are going off again as we speak. I'm looking to see what bombed. Oh. It looks like a 5-story apartment complex in the block of Valesta has been hit. Rescuers are on their way, being deployed right now. There's 2 strikes that have happened just now. Just south of Kiev. Just south of Kiev, 2 strikes have happened so far. Got over here so you guys can see what I'm talking about. These 2 strikes just happened. Rescuers are on their way now. These 2 strikes just happened. Apartment complex that's 5 stories tall. Rescuers are en route as we speak, even though the sirens are still going off. You guys can't see it. There we go. Right here. Just south of Kiev. This is Kiev right here. This is where they got hit. Just south of Kiev. I can't help the glitchiness in their audio that's coming out, unfortunately. This feed. Cut to the other Kiev feed. I'm guessing they did not go well, Corinne. I'm guessing the talks did not go well. Just wondering what's happening out here. Sad. It's still early today. On off again. Sirens just keep going off there, so. I'm waiting for updates, of course, or live footage, of course, of the 5-story building residence that was hit with the missiles. waiting for any footage of that to come up live. It's tragic, though. It is true tragedy happening. Russia doesn't need. Here's the thing: Russia didn't want to come. Russia said, they'll go to the table because they were asked, but they tried to go to the table beforehand. This isn't the first time, of course, the table was brought up, and Ukrainian president said no several times. Yeah, the thermal rocket systems or thermal missile systems. They're missile systems. Yeah, they're destructive. Power is going off in and out inside of Kiev. Other parts of Kiev. It sounds like 2 explosions just went off in the background. As I can hear the blast waves come through. Nothing reported yet on the map. I did just hear that. Yes, I'm going to confirm that there definitely was 2 explosions. I'm watching a feed that's delayed about 30 seconds behind. Separately from this, I heard the exact same concussion waves. So 2 more explosions just happened somewhere. We don't know where they happened yet. As soon as we do, we'll let you know. As soon as we know where they happened at, we will let you know. 2 more explosions just happened outside or around Kiev somewhere. Russia's going to take Kiev tonight. I feel almost guaranteed that Russia's going to take Kiev tonight. Like Zelensky said yesterday, 24 hours, he doesn't think Ukraine could stand longer than that. And the talks did not end the way they wanted to them today. So, waiting for the update on the map. As soon as I get an update, I will tell you guys, of course, where those blasts came from. Yeah, they're trying to evacuate Kiev. I don't know what just happened. They're trying to evacuate Kiev very quickly. I don't know where those missiles were launched from or where anything was launched from just now, but something is happening because they're trying to get residents out of Kiev as soon as possible. I do not know what is happening right this second. Yeah, we lost the city camera, the other city camera we had as well. So if you can find another one for me, Lee, that would be great. I don't see any launches coming out of Belarus. I don't know why they would be trying to evacuate the city all of a sudden. But they are trying to evacuate Kiev right now. Really, well, it doesn't affect us until NATO becomes involved. So, if Russia tries leaving leaving the Black Sea with ships and stuff, of course, we could end up very dangerously at war. because right now Turkey is deciding to hold the Black Sea hostage. Because in Istanbul, Turkey, right now they have blocked the only port that goes into the Black Sea in and out, and Turkey is a NATO ally. It looks like those missile strikes that we just heard are actually hitting north of there, and Chernihiv, I can't even pronounce it. Chernihhiv. They were MLRS Grad missiles, all three of them. No, two of them. There was two. There was shelling from earlier that's on the map as well. Top left. Trying to find another camera. Kiev City Cam. It's actually Sofia Square, if anybody's wondering where I'm trying to find a camera at. Feed camera, though, I do not need an old one. So there's a lot of people trying to leave right now. It's sad. Yeah, unfortunately, they have already fired at 2 nuclear plants and they've been destabilized. There's still no word on any meltdown, but there was radiation leaking. That was prior to the day. Talks apparently haven't went well. We don't have an actual true update of the talks, but if they went well, we wouldn't be in the situation we've been in right now. Chuck, there's been multiple attacks, multiple missiles, of course, hitting. It's sad. I'll turn the audio up here for a minute while I go and smoke a cigarette. I will be right back, you guys, and give you any updates that I miss while I'm away. God bless you.
Foreign Ministry, that anyone who is supplying lethal weapons to Ukraine will be responsibility.
That cat keeps meowing in the background. He just does not stop, does he? Sorry about the wind noise, you guys. That cat does not stop. No updates yet. I'm watching for updates, though, of course, of anything happening there. Giving you guys up to date on everything as it happens, you know. I had to go and take a break for a minute. Of course, if you're covering this, you might want to take a break, too. Russian foreign minister just released those who are supplying Ukrainians with lethal weapons will bear the consequences. Those supplying Ukraine with lethal weapons will bear the consequences. Official release from Russian foreign minister. Once again, so that is not good news. All of you in. All of you in. Yep. Has the UK sent anything? Yes, the UK has sent stuff. NATO has sent stuff. As NATO allies have sent stuff. The US has sent stuff. Every country has sent stuff. And the NATO alliance so far, including countries outside the NATO alliance, including Switzerland. Switzerland also seized. Switzerland has also seized, of course, his bank account, which is going to cause bigger problems. I don't know if Edward's still in here, but hello, Ed. Or Edward. He just messaged me. I don't know if he's still in here, but did not sound good. It does not sound good at all. Hi, Alex. How you doing? Of course, that message was probably sent out privately first. That's the reason major cities have been being evacuated inside of Ukraine. Yeah, but Switzerland seized all his bank accounts, Cindy. But that message from the Russian foreign minister does not sound good. Oh, the cat's still there. I turned him down. I turned him off all the way so you don't have to listen to the freaking cat anymore. I guess he's still there anyways. Put down even more. Attack on one is attack on all. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Attack on one is attack on all. Problem is, right now, is Russia's talking about everything. Of course, mainstream media just now wanted to announce that New York Stock Exchange, of course, along with NASDAQ, is holding trading on Russian-based companies. We announced that about an hour ago. Like I said, we try to keep you guys up to date on information as it happens, not after it happens. As it happens is more appropriate than as it happens, or after it happens. So please share the stream out if you're in here, and support us if you can afford to. If you can't, we understand. It's hard for Americans out there and people around the world, of course. Definitely thank you guys for being with us. Just being here and sharing the stream out and hit that like button helps us out a lot. And keeping chat active definitely helps. Whether you're conversating about something little or something big. I will be taking phone calls here in a minute. If you guys let me get set up. Take some phone calls and see what you guys feel about what's happening here in Iran. Or Ukraine, sorry. Iran's up and coming. Yeah, BP and Shell, or BP dumped out last night. Shell just jumped out about an hour ago, along with the New York Stock Exchange and NASDAQ. And there was one other one. I don't remember it right now, top of my head. World War III sounds like it's very likely possible now. Very, very likely possible, unfortunately, as we're talking about what's happening around the world. Thank you for becoming a follower. Thank you for becoming a follower. We got lots of new followers in here. Thank you guys as you're joining us. We provide real news around the world and anything that's happening to keep you guys up to date on what's happening. Fuel shortages are going to be a problem. Of course, Russia's going to stop doing exports here. I'm guaranteeing that's going to be the next announcement we get here. Nicole Miller, I will send you that video as soon as I get to it. I'm sorry about that. I'm just checking my phone's notifications. Yeah, World War IV will be fought with sticks and stones, if we even remember that we had wars before that. We are still at DEFCON 2. DEFCON 2, though, means nuclear weapons have not been fired yet, but they could be. You guys understand that. We have enough fuel in the United States. We would have enough fuel in the United States if we were allowed to take the fuel out of the ground that's here. Unfortunately, we have many other concerns. Of course, our president is not working with us, but basically working against us. Apply to this message real quick. Guys, one moment while I send this video over to Nicole. Please no links in chat. Please no links in chat, because we are giving up-to-date information a lot faster than any other news agency out there right now. So links in chat are not needed for any reason. Pentagon press briefing going on. I'm going to check right now. I don't have it up live. Unfortunately, I did not have that feed ready. I did take a break for a minute, as you guys know. Let me pull up that right now. Yeah, I got the press briefing coming up right now. I could tell it's live because he's stuttering. What's the press briefing? If the DEFCON status does change, I will put an alert out on Discord and, of course, on Twitter as well. Discord and Twitter. Those briefings will go out right away as soon as an alert comes through. I'll pull the press conference here. I'm actually restarting because I did not catch the beginning of it. I don't think we've ever been at DEFCON 1 in the United States. I don't think that's ever happened. I don't think that's ever going to be a major concern unless, of course, firing does happen here shortly. Nuclear arms. Unfortunately, if that happens, there's nothing we can do about it. We just got to live life like we can. For a while we can.
As DoD Deputy Chief Management Officer and acting
Press conference here.
Defense for Personnel and Readiness. That following his 20 years of service as Minority Counsel, General Counsel, and Staff Director of the Senate Armed Services Committee. And he is currently serving as a Senior Fellow at the Institute for Defense Analyses. Ms. Disbrow, who I think many of you know, previously served as Undersecretary of the Air Force, and prior to that, Assistant Secretary of the Air Force for Financial Management and the Comptroller. She was also the
I do want to say thank you to Sylvania for donating. For SYLVA, I can't pronounce that. I am sorry.
Looks forward to working with Mr. Levine and Ms. Disbrow in their new roles as members of the commission.
No, actually in the 60s during the Cuban Missile Crisis, we never hit DEFCON 1.
Certainly look forward to the good work that the commission will help us do in terms of our own programming and budgeting. And
current level DEFCON status, DEFCON 3. It actually just
two questions. Lita.
DEFCON 3. So.
Thanks, John. Two things. One of the things that the Russians said today was that they boosted their staff at some of their nuclear sites. I'm wondering if there's anything that the Pentagon has seen regarding any changes in their...
Yeah, I hear the crackling too. I'm going to try to get another better channel in.
And then
Sorry.
secondly, can you provide...
Yeah, we went back to 3.
To Kyiv and what the security situation in Kyiv is to the best that
Of
you
course,
understand.
over there is still, it's still level 2.
So on the nuclear question, I have nothing to confirm these reports that they've changed their staffing. What I would tell you is we've seen Mr. Putin's announcement. We believe it's as unnecessary as it is escalatory, but we're reviewing and analyzing that announcement. And I would only just tell you that that as we continue to review and analyze and monitor, the Secretary Austin is comfortable with the strategic deterrent posture of the United States and our ability to defend the homeland, our allies, and our partners. On the convoy, I mean, I've seen the images that you're referring to on television, just like you. I mean, we see them as well. I can't speak to specifics about its makeup, in the timeline and the schedule that they're on, or what their ultimate destination is, but clearly we continue to see Russian forces try to move closer to, so they can move on Kyiv from the ground. We still assess that they're outside the city center, but what we know clearly that they have intentions with respect to Kyiv. What we also have seen is Ukrainians resisting quite effectively around Kyiv and continuously. They have made it a tough slog for the Russians to move further south. And as I think you've seen in reporting of your own, that the Russians have not only experienced a stiff and determined resistance by the Ukrainians, but logistics and sustainment problems of their own. So I can't speak with specificity about this convoy and what's in it and what their designs are, but it clearly appears to us, just anecdotally, as of a piece of their desire to continue to move on the capital. Jen.
John, what's your assessment of the Russian military? What have you learned about the Russian military from this last 5 days?
You know, I think it's too soon for us to have some sort of sweeping conclusions about the Russian military here in day 5. I would.
It doesn't look very modern.
I would just say a couple of things. First of all, make no mistake, Mr. Putin still has at his disposal significant combat power. He hasn't moved all of it into Ukraine, but he's moved the majority of it. He still has a lot that he hasn't moved into Ukraine. It's combined arms, and it's not insignificant, Jen. Number two, yes, they have faced setbacks, and they have faced resistance. You got to hand it to the Ukrainians, who have been fighting very hard for their country and making an impact and making a dent on Mr. Putin's abilities. But they will learn. The Russians will learn from this. We expect that they'll that they're. We haven't seen any change in what we believe their desires to move in Ukraine, and so. They have suffered setbacks, but I don't think we can just assume that they're going to stay set back, if you will. That they will try to work through these the resistance and to work through the challenges they've had on the logistics and sustainment front. Go ahead.
Have you seen any new threat to Article 5 nations from Russian forces?
We have not. We have not. Tara.
Russia has said it will now hold accountable any nation that supplies weapons to Ukraine that lead to the death of its own forces. Is there a risk here that this could escalate if Russia decides to retaliate against nations that are providing these weapons?
Tara, there's been a risk of escalation since before Mr. Putin decided to move in, with tens of thousands of troops and tanks and mechanized forces and aircraft and ballistic missiles. You want to talk about escalation? Let's talk about escalation. Mr. Putin is the one escalating this and continues to do so. We're going to stand by the Ukrainian armed forces as we have, as other NATO allies have, and we're going to continue to find ways to help them defend themselves.
John, also Turkey today announced that they are closing the straits to all warships for the littoral and non-littoral countries. Do you have anything on that? Do you have any comment?
I haven't. I don't have anything on that. Yeah, Abraham.
Thanks, John. Is DoD coordinating air defense assistance with partners, and can you comment on the EU offer to give Ukraine combat jets?
I can't comment on the EU offer. We've seen that. I mean, that's really for the European Union to speak to. But separate and distinct from that, and I think this gets really more at your first question, we absolutely remain in close consultation and coordination with allies and partners about security assistance. I don't have a coordination mechanism to speak to, like all of it's being funneled through a single point or that kind of thing. But we continue to coordinate closely with allies and partners about the security assistance that the Ukrainians continue to get, not just from us, but from them as well. Yeah. Yeah.
Many European nations are providing the Ukrainians with advanced weapons. They're not shy in revealing what types of weapons they're providing to Ukraine. In the past, the U.S. has been reluctant in providing lethal weapon, but now, openly we're talking about these things. However, we're still talking anti-airborne, anti-armored, but there's no specificity. Is this because of intelligence reasons, or as some might say, you don't want to provoke the Russians more? What is the reason that it's open? The U.S. will support the Ukrainian forces. We're going to continue to do that, as you said, and other officials. But what on the specific side of these weapons?
Fadi, I don't think we've been inconsistent at all. I can't speak for what other nations are saying and doing. They can speak for the security assistance they're providing the Ukrainians, which is welcome and certainly encouraged. We've been pretty consistent about A, acknowledging we're doing it and going to continue to do it. B, giving you a sense of the size and scale and the scope of it in terms of the dollar figures applied to it. And C, been pretty, I think, transparent about what's generally in the package. We're not going to give you an inventory list. We're not going to put that out to the public because, as I've said from this podium many times before, we don't think there's a value to operational security for the Ukrainians to have that out in the public, that what the shopping list looks like on any given day. Just don't see a value to doing that. I think we need to think about we should always think about operational security, certainly in this case on the Ukrainians' part. So we're doing that. The kinds of material that are going to be in these security assistance packages going forward, I think you've rightly said, we've detailed it's going to be some weapons that can support them on the ground, as well as weapons that can support the airborne challenges that they have. And I think we feel comfortable going about that far.
And on the images coming from Maxar, the satellite images of this convoy that extends for 17 miles, do you believe the Russian forces advancing on Kyiv are planning on basically encircle the city or storm Kyiv? I mean, this type of troops and armaments at this size, are you able to draw any conclusion from what you've seen?
I think the main conclusion that we can draw, this gets to Lita's question, is that that they continue to want to move on Kyiv, to capture Kyiv, to take Kyiv. Although we don't know everything about this convoy, it is certainly in keeping with what we believe to be their intent with respect to the capital city. How they're going to do that, whether it's encirclement or bombardment or street-to-street fighting, I mean, I just don't think we have that level of dexterity now to give you that kind of detail in terms of Russian planning. We don't have insights to everything that they're planning on doing. What we can talk about is what we're seeing now, and that's what we're seeing now. And we're also seeing the Ukrainians put up a very stiff and determined resistance on their capital city. I mean, they have made it very difficult for the Russians to continue to move ahead. We believe that based on what we know of what their plans were, that they are behind schedule, that they have faced a stiffer resistance than they anticipated. Court.
Can you update us on any efforts at deconfliction, and have there been any close calls or specific cases in the last 5 days where there would be a need for a tactical deconfliction? And then are there calls that are being made from this building, from the White House, from the State Department, whatever it is, to try to establish that?
I would say that
this press conference is becoming a joke.
There is no deconfliction mechanism in place right now, but certainly we understand the importance of deconfliction, particularly now that the airspace over Ukraine is contested, and some of that airspace butts right up against NATO territory, and we're exploring options for. Should there be a deconfliction mechanism, what would that look like? How would that be run? We're exploring those options, Court. I think that's where we are right now.
When you say we,
Yeah, there's no answers coming out whatsoever, including nuclear war has been mentioned already by Russia and several other states.
Somehow NATO would be the one who would be communicating?
Sure, that could be part of the calculus. Again, we're kind of exploring the options right now. We don't have,
During this press conference, Turkey has once again warned both Black Sea and non-Black Sea countries not to pass any kind of warships through the straits, and that Turkey is allowed to limit naval transit of its straits during wartime. That not even I guess they're getting mad at other countries because Russia has not tried to pass warships through the strait.
Yes, ma'am.
So,
Carla.
want to give you guys that update. This happened just now.
Civilian targets that have been hit. Is the U.S. considering installing a no-fly zone in Ukrainian airspace?
No.
And then to follow, can you tell us if there's been any more requests from NATO allies for U.S. military assistance, and give us an update on the troops that have deployed for this potential inclusion in the NATO response force? What are they doing right now?
There's no additional requests for allied support that I'm tracking, Carla, but obviously this is a dynamic situation. We're in constant touch with our allies and partners, and we'll certainly continue to talk about that. I would not rule out in coming days additional repositioning in Europe as appropriate. I don't have any updates for you on the NATO response force or the troops that we have contributed. The president spoke to the 7,000 that were going over there. They could be elements of our contribution to the very ready joint task force that NATO is working on putting together. But you do really have to talk to NATO and the alliance there in Brussels about their plans for that. What I would just tell you is that Secretary Austin has been very clear from the very beginning that should it be activated, we want to make sure we're ready. And that's why we've sent some additional forces to Europe to be in that postured and to be ready should that be the requirement that comes from the alliance. Again, we haven't gotten specific requirements laid out yet for us. And as for the troops that we have already repositioned and or deployed from the States unilaterally, they continue to work and train with the host nations as well as other NATO allies in wherever they are, whether it's in the Baltic region or whether it's down in the southeastern flank, Hungary, Bulgaria, Romania. They continue to work and train with their host nations and allied partners. And then the 82nd, as you know, in Poland, they are also there as a reassurance force, but they are postured and prepared to assist if needed with any evacuation assistance for Americans coming across that border. There hasn't been a heavy demand for that. They're postured and ready to do that, but there just hasn't been a large outflow of American citizens from Ukraine. And those that have come, by and large, by a vast majority, have not needed any assistance from the United States military. They've already made their plans. They know where they're going. There's obviously good transportation available to them in Poland. Okay? Let me get to the phones here. Tony Capaccio.
John, quick question.
Ukraine does not have any nuclear arms.
Do you think
Ukraine does not have any nuclear arms, Dave.
delayed from their original plans? You've alluded to that.
Get out of here.
Referenced that today, that they're behind what you think was their schedule. Were they intending to be in Kiev by today and have conquered the city under their original war plan?
Tony, I want to be reticent here to get too much into Russian planning. I mean, I think they're far better to speak to what their plans were. We think that they're a few days behind where they expected to be.
Oh, Brian, was that you I sent the video for it too? It is crucial. It is
we think they're
really strong stomach.
They're a few days behind where they expected to be at this point. Phil Stewart?
That we've provided to the Ukrainians, can you broadly say how effectively they've been used and how widely they've been used? You know, we're talking Javelins and other ones that have been in the news.
I'm going to steer away from getting into a battlefield analysis of the weaponry that's being used on any given day and to what effect. We know that the Ukrainian armed forces are using a lot of the systems and equipment that have been provided to them, not just by the United States, but by other nations. And as I said, and you can see it for yourself, and many of your outlets, you've got reporters on the ground who are seeing it up close and personal. The Ukrainians have been effective at using these weapons and these systems, and at resisting and pushing back Russian forces. I want to remind again that this is this is a dynamic situation. It's war, and war can be unpredictable. And I don't think that anybody, including perhaps especially Ukrainians, are sniffing at Russian capabilities that they're facing.
Okay, I'm going to explain this again. Ukraine gave away all their nuclear missiles in 1994 in order to keep an alliance with then the EU, not to join NATO, but to not get attacked. So I just want to make sure that's clear. So they did not get attacked because they wanted to remain neutral at that point.
Hypothetical, Phil. We're going to continue to provide security assistance to Ukrainian armed forces, and we're still going to look for ways to do that in the most effective, efficient way possible. Our support for Ukraine continues as well.
There's been lots of bombings earlier, Kevin. You missed that.
I'm going to refrain from hypothesizing about what ifs.
Russia, that was part of their treaty. When the treaty was signed, Alice,
to that assistance.
Russia got the nukes. All the Baltic states, including Ukraine, were never supposed to have weapons that could reach Moscow from the home or from their borders.
Question: The Russians have violated basically every maxim of war you can think of. I mean, under the 3-to-1 rule, ratio rule, they should have fielded about 1 million troops.
That treaty was for Russia's behalf.
So they fielded. They're not concentrated.
We broke it.
They don't have,
by offering to put missiles within Ukraine.
A good situational awareness of their opponent. My question is, our leadership in the building, are they surprised about just how bad the Russians have bungled this invasion so far?
We're watching this as closely as you guys are on a day-by-day basis. And we're refraining from making some sort of broad assessments or assigning report cards to them on any given day. It is day 5, Mike. This is day 5. And it's clear the Russians have not made the progress that they wanted to make by day 5. But that doesn't mean that they aren't going to adapt and try to overcome some of these challenges. And it doesn't mean that the Ukrainians aren't going to also keep fighting for their country. And what that looks like tomorrow and the next day, we just don't know. So it's clear, yes, the Russians have had their own challenges, and they have met resistance that we don't believe they fully expected. But I think it'd be dangerous territory for us to read too much into this on any given day and prognosticate about where it's going to go. I would also just add that the one place it still could go is a peaceful diplomatic outcome. There's nothing other than perhaps his own obstinance of preventing Mr. Putin from doing the right thing here and to trying to find a way to stop this war, to de-escalate the tensions, and to re-engage in some sort of diplomatic, peaceful path forward. Now we'll see if that can bear out. It clearly doesn't appear to be the path he wants to choose. Louis.
Can I ask you 2 questions? One, there have been reports that the Russians have used cluster munitions in Kharkiv. Do you have anything that would suggest that? And how would you view that if that was the case? And then I have another question.
Seeing the imagery that you guys have seen that's sort of leading to these questions, Louis, we can't independently verify that. But look, let's not get hung up on a particular weapon system here. He's perpetrating violence on a neighboring nation state that presented no threat to him. And innocent lives are being killed, taken. And we've seen casualties. We know there's casualties on both sides of this conflict. All of this, Louis, was avoidable. So obviously certain weapons carry with them ramifications that others don't. But let's not get too wrapped up in whether it's this or that.
Ukraine has no nuclear-powered vessels in any of its fleet.
And all the casualties are on his
None.
hands. All the blood is on Mr. Putin.
India has 3 nuclear-powered vessels. China has 3, or India has 2. China has 3. France has 10. United Kingdom has 11. Russia has 33, and the United States has 71 nuclear-powered vessels. Not nuclear-armed, nuclear-powered.
Almost 300,000 people who have crossed over the border in the last 4 days. Is there any discussion that those forces may be committed to a broader humanitarian mission under whatever authority to ease that situation, given the limited resourcing that Poland may have?
We're in constant touch with our State Department colleagues and with Polish authorities. If there's such a demand signal outside of Ukraine, if there's such a demand signal, obviously the Department of Defense would do our part and help out. There's no such demand signal right now. Jeff Schogel.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify when you answered.
My name is Chris, not Frank.
I think you said something along the lines of no one is sniffing at these weapons. Was sniffing the right word?
They have diesel electric. They do have some diesel electric subs, but most of them have been
Heather from USNI.
outclassed long ago.
Great, thank you. I was wondering if you can give us an update on any naval movements you may have seen this afternoon, as well as any update on whether Turkey is planning to close off the Bosphorus to ships outside the Black Sea Fleet.
Turkey. I'll let Turkey speak to their application of the Montreux Convention. That's for them to speak to. In the maritime domain, we know that the Russians still have warships as well, which includes amphibious landing ships in the Black Sea. We know that they used some of those landing ships to conduct an amphibious assault late last week. I don't have any updates, specific things to speak about in the maritime domain in the Black Sea, but we do know that they clearly still have combat capability at sea available to them. And I just don't have anything more in terms of what we're seeing, anything more kinetic to talk to.
Have you seen any evidence that the Snake Island sailors are alive? The Ukrainians? There were some.
No, I mean, we've seen some press reporting to that effect, Jen, but
You have no way to
no way to verify that one way or the other. Sorry. Yeah, Warren.
The assistance, security assistance, both lethal and non-lethal, that the U.S. and others are sending in, do you have indications that that's getting where it needs to go? Are those lines working, and how far into the
They are not being cut off. That is a lie. Belarus has not been cut off inside of West Ukraine.
The assistance continues to flow, and we are
I'm
comfortable.
watching the
that
map
it's-
right now. It's still Russian-controlled
it's getting into the
territory.
hands that need it. I think I'd leave it there. Abraham, I already got you. No, I'm not. All right, go ahead.
Just making sure he doesn't say something that we missed.
Thank you so much, sir. I wonder if you could address sort of the air policing mission. The United States has F-16s, F-35s moving fifth-gen capabilities to the eastern flank, all the way from the Baltics down to
And
the Black
F-18s.
Sea. Can you talk a little bit about the deterrent effect that has had and what they're doing exactly?
The Baltic Air Police mission, I think you know, is long-standing. It's something we've been doing for quite a while, and it remains a valid.
I do want to give you guys an update. A big Russian convoy of tanks that was about, I don't even know, well, second, because I was listening to this idiot. 150 miles east of Kiev has been attacked by artillery and drone strikes from the Ukrainian military. We don't know how much they have actually worked, but they have been attacking back right now, and that's it. And Lebenya. So that was a big Russian column of tanks, GRDs, tankers, and there were heavy losses on the Russian side due to artilleries and drone strikes from the Ukrainian military. Keep you guys up to date, of course, with anything that's happening.
Okay, you're it.
I know nobody wants to hear him, but
So we know that Russians are using cruise missiles, ballistic missiles, in advanced air technologies. Is the NATO airspace being protected by advanced air defense systems right now? Are you ready to intercept?
Eric, I don't think Ukraine will get those reviewed and found guilty, or Russia will be found guilty, especially after videos are surfacing of Russian troops being captured, strung to crosses, and burned alive. Of course, that's a big thing. Videos are surfacing of this, not just one, but several times of this happening. And of course, Ukraine trying to say that genocide's being committed by Russia. There's no video of any of that. The videos we have seen have just been regular battle fighting one-on-one. Russian soldiers then are being taken prisoner when they are taken prisoner and burned alive. That is well beyond any Geneva Convention law, and that's an immediate violation. Yeah, that's what somebody else in chat was replying to, because they asked me to send them a video. Like I said, I do have videos of that stuff happening. Some are very, very graphic. I have one that's not too graphic, but it's sad. It's horrendous. Oh, Glenda, the video you guys were seeing yesterday is not a bad one. There is much worse. Much worse. Unfortunately. I'll keep you guys up to date, of course, on the interactive map of what's happening and where it's happening. I'll show you guys right now because I'm off of that freaking desktop. I have to restart that. Hold on, you guys. Go. I'm going to cut over here to show you guys on the map where, of course, that attack took place, where Ukrainians bombed a big Russian column with tanks, of course, and weapons. And they destroyed some of it with artillery and drones. Some of this with artillery and drones. Where's the link to the videos, Chris? You have to go and they're all different videos, but if you go to YouTube, you can find anywhere. It's the same videos we're showing here. They have videos everywhere on YouTube as well. Just go look. You don't have to watch with us. You can watch anywhere. That is your choice. Yeah, they're crucified and burned alive, literally. Strung to a cross, the cross is put up and being burnt. It is unfathomable, the torture that is happening. Yes, Ukrainian soldiers are torturing. Russian soldiers. Sure, it's happening on both sides, but those are the videos we've seen so far. And it is horrifying. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of videos on Kiev. Just random camera feeds of Ukraine. Just type in Ukraine cameras. There won't be any live updates, of course. It'll just be a feed of video. And maybe it was some light audio. This audio is overly enhanced, so you can hear everything going on in the background. Dave, you're telling me that's a lie? If you want a video, please email the page. I will send you a video of it happening. No, these are definitely Ukrainians, and it's a Russian soldier. He's crying. Yes, you have that correct, Tam. He's crying. You can hear the words in the audio very clearly. There's firing going on in the background in Kiev right now. I'm pretty sure they'll take Kiev here within the next hour or so with this big convoy coming in, this armored column. I'm sure we'll be hearing air raid sirens. If you want to see the video, you have to email me. I cannot play it on Facebook, and it will not be shared through Facebook any longer. You have to send an email. Linda, I'm pretty sure I sent you an email, or sent you a copy of one of the videos already. But I sent you one. You don't want to watch it, really. I can't put no links in chat, period. In our chat. No links. Real News Live at Publicist.com. Real News Live at Publicist.com. Some of them are too graphic. I'm not even going to share them, Glenda. But I will share ones that aren't too graphic that I get. Some of them are just horror films in the making. Real people. I'm sorry, I'm not going to share that. Real News Live at Publicist.com is the email address. It's on the Facebook page. Yeah, Then I've gotten so many I don't even want to watch half of them anymore. No, they weren't torturing for information. They were not torturing for information. And that's the sad part. These Russian soldiers, or the Russian soldier were being tortured just because they wanted to treat them like the Antichrist. They were burning them on crosses. Current situation is we're waiting. There's a caravan, of course, or an armor convoy going towards Kiev right now. We're going to probably expect heavy attacks there. And some bombing outside of Kiev. A couple bombs south of Kiev. If you were in the meeting, sorry about that. He doesn't just want Ukraine. He wants Ukraine and all the Baltic states back. And at this point, he doesn't care. Yes, police have destroyed 2 Russian tanks in Dechir. You're ahead of me on that one. See if I can get the video loaded up of that. Oh, there's no video of it yet. Right north of Kiev. Ukraine is not a peaceful place. That's a far from peaceful. Ukraine is far from peaceful. As you guys know, when we talk about it. This is where, of course, the tanks, 2 tanks were blown up by Ukrainian police officers. Police destroyed 2 Russian tanks here, right up north of Kiev. Yeah, Kharkiv. South or west of Kiev, sorry. Or east of Kiev. Oh my goodness. So much stuff going on. That's over here. Kiev's way over here. So that's about 200 miles away. Well, that's the thing. Ukraine wants to go to the Geneva Convention, of course, and before this got out, the videos got out, Ukraine was trying to go to Geneva Convention and blame Russia of war crimes while they have actively done war crimes and videos are coming out. Julie, you're having foot surgery again? Oh boy. Russia didn't even report war crimes when they fought Germany. In World War II, Russia never reported any war crimes, even though multiple war crimes happened against the Russians from Germany. If you post a link in this chat, you will get blocked. I'm sorry, that's the way it goes. One of the few rules. I have zero sympathy for either side. Well, I feel bad for the citizens, but either side of the military fighting, I have zero sympathy. Yeah, Putin has been tiptoeing around and trying to be as careful as possible not to destroy major infrastructure. He's taken out nuclear power plants by taking out the actual transmission systems that go to the lines, not by taking out the plant itself. So he's been very careful on that so far, including all other power plants they've hit. Oil strategic reserves they have taken out, but not taken out the infrastructure for the network of oil. The only gas pipelines that was hit was, of course, in the southeast part of the state, and that was an accident, but the pipeline was actually hit. Yeah, it goes quiet for a little bit, Amy, and then it gets more interesting, but in the last half hour, nothing really has happened besides police have destroyed 2 Russian tanks. 2 Russian tanks down here. 2 Russian tanks have been destroyed. So, watching what's happening. Keep up with everything. Yeah, it's the innocent people. That's what I'm worried about. Those are watching what unfolds here. Remember, they do have a lot of dealings. And then you got to think, for his ex-girlfriend coming forward just days ago, of course, all that being brushed under the rug because of the Ukraine crisis that's happening. But his ex-girlfriend, Joe Biden's son's ex-girlfriend, coming forward saying Joe Biden was involved in a lot of dirty dealings. All that getting brushed under the rug amongst what's happening out here in Ukraine. Yeah, the bombings were a couple hours ago. The apartment complexes, 2 of them were bombed south of Kiev. But there's a huge convoy of Russian military moving to Kiev right now as we speak. So when they reach there, we don't know what's going to happen, but we are watching that as we go. Remember, please share us out and like us if you can. Try to get you guys up-to-date information all the time while we're here. Looks like they did miss a call, but I don't have the call screen up right now. Of course, I'm going to send some videos out to the emails I just received. They're about 30 miles south of Kiev. 30 miles south of Kiev. The apartments were 2 5-story apartment buildings were hit. But we don't know the amount of life lost. We know first responders responded and were heading to the scene immediately. So, nope. Zelensky is never going to say anything about what the illegal trading that have been going on. Took the live screen off for a second, and of course it switched over to my active desktop. That's not true. There's been heavy losses of civilian casualties in the southeast part of the country, which is heavy pro-Russian separatists, Bill. Heavy pro-Russian separatists. There's been heavy losses in the southeast of the country because Ukraine has been actively fighting down there very heavily, trying to keep the land. Ukraine defense ministers surrounding supposable Russian soldiers, but really Russian separatists, as they've found them to be afterwards. The Ukrainian army, of course, surrounded several buildings that had Russian separatists in them, and the buildings were destroyed, unfortunately. And it says local defenders are stopping Russian troops. It's sad. The whole situation's sad. The whole situation is sad right now. And Russia has arrested some Russians inside their own country for protesting. It's a very few amount, but most protesters in Russia do get arrested, unless they're protesting something that Russia's against and not just their personal ideology against the state. Yeah, I'm afraid bombs will start dropping. When they do, it's not going to be pretty. Of course, they've ordered Kiev to evacuate. That was about an hour ago. And here in Kiev, above Kiev, to evacuate as well. So we know Semye has been taken over by Russia forces. We have no cameras out of there anymore. All bless on the beach. We still have a camera down there, but you can't really see anything. It just shows the port and everything. It looks calm. It looks peaceful. It's Russian occupied. I don't know what else to say about that. I've seen videos coming from everywhere, from Russian soldiers being questioned by Ukraine, to being burned by Ukraine, to being tortured by Ukraine, being poked with hot pokers by Ukrainian soldiers. I mean, some of the videos I will not share. They're very, very graphic. The one that I am sharing is not too graphic because it cuts out. Once I go through and censor the other videos, I might share them. It is sad. It is sad. We have not had any videos, though, of Russians torturing or any means of that kind of activity towards Ukrainian soldiers. We have not had any kind of videos like that. Maybe Russians are just smarter and not taking videos of them committing war crimes and putting them online. I do not know. I'm thinking, hopefully that's it. Hopefully this is humanity we're talking about. Humanity taking on itself. But I'll be back in about 30 minutes. I'll give you guys another live update. Of course, these maps and video feeds will be cycling through while I'm gone. If anything happens, I will be back immediately to break it to you, but I will give you an update on the hour at 4 p.m. It is 3:30 right now, Eastern Standard Time. 4 p.m. I will be back to give you guys another full update on everything happening and going on. I'm not going to put Jen on here because people just don't like listening to her. I'm sorry. She is annoying. Let's be honest. God bless you guys. I will be back in 28 minutes.
Light Prime Φιλάδιο Lidl. Ανακάλυψε περισσότερες προσφορές και συνταγές όπου κι αν είσαι. Βρες το στο lidlelas.gr.
Yeah, guys, we're going to give you guys an update real quick. I just got notice that there is another huge amount of troop movement coming from Russia itself to Ukraine right now. It's in Russia, though. It's about say about 80 miles from the border. About 80 miles from the border on the northernmost part of Ukraine. Yeah. More troops are on their way right now in Ukraine. Pershka, you got it. Kevin, you are giving updates just like me. You are getting them right on the fly. But it's right here. These are Russian troops moving right now. We just got this update, so I wanted to break in. We haven't had any updates since then, since I went off. This is supposedly a big convoy. I'm going to get some more information about it. Yeah. I'm getting the video loaded up here. Just take me a second. If it wants to load up, there we go. See them passing by this convoy of Russian tanks and everything. And this is in Russia, of course. Heading to Ukraine. This convoy of tanks and other weaponry. This is still all triangle and circle class. None of the square class has moved into Russia yet, or into Ukraine. And there is a lot of that. A lot of that. We know, of course, the symbols have been put on vehicles, so. Russia's already been attacking drones. Of course, we've been watching what's happening there. We've watched drone attacks, though, which Ukraine never had drone technology before. So these drone attacks we are seeing in Ukraine really does make me wonder, we have to be involved. Because Ukraine does not have the technology to target and use, of course, Predator drones unless somebody gave it to them. And as we've seen, target Predator drones, of course, where the bridge was repaired by Russia, Ukraine has used drones to target the Russian train with fuel on it coming across. That makes me ask more questions. I mean, you don't just magically have Ukrainian drones, of course. They don't just magically appear. For it to load up for you guys. This is the fuel train getting targeted by drone. So if Ukraine doesn't have drones, how did that happen? More questions than answers there for me. But Ukraine bought drones from Turkey. Yeah, you can't just buy a drone. You have to train pilots on them. And it's not like training a pilot with any other technology. Yeah, those drones were really high altitude drones, Billy. That's the reason that I do not believe they were even Turkish drones or Turkey's drones. You don't understand. In order for you to be trained on those drones, it takes years to get properly for high altitude flight attacks like they've been doing with these drones. Which makes me think we have somebody's strategic command is, of course, I'm trying to look at the height right now. You can't see the height even in the top of the video. Drones back in December, that wouldn't even be trained by now. Those pilots would not be trained by now. Even if they got them on December 1st. That would only be 90 days. 90 days you are not flying a Predator drone by yourself and acquiring targets properly. Unfortunately. We are watching right now as anything unfolds. Yeah, it's definitely not like a video game. Far from it. Yes, Russia does have ground air missiles moving in. Like I said, even this big convoy, of course, coming in with more Russian troops are on the way. Drones are deadly. Takes a while for them to be used, though, with the strike that happened. That was a precision strike, a single bomb drop that hit the target exactly on target for that train. There were 2 drones in the air. Only one dropped a single munitions and took it out. But the U.S. technically, even if we don't want to say those are U.S. drones or U.S. people, internet's already been cut, Billy. The only reason we still have feeds coming out of there is because Elon Musk, of course. And they don't train with the drones. They train on a computer simulation that takes months and months and months before they're even ready to train with the drone, and then months of that. It's not like flying a drone in your backyard. I'll tell you that. But supplying weapons to, of course, a non-ally to fight a war is getting involved in that war. As soon as you start supplying armaments to a non-allied country because they're fighting a war and you're told, don't do that, and we do it anyways, that's escalation. We are escalating what's happening, believe it or not. Whether we like it or not, that's what's happening. Escalation is happening on the front. Down for a minute. Got reports that the air sirens are going to be going off here any second on my feed. Air raid sirens in Kiev right now. General Staff of Ukraine, Russian troops regroup and reacclimate armored vehicles and missiles and artillery in certain areas, primarily to surround and capture Kiev, the major city of Ukraine, including Kyiv. Oh, they're getting ready to go on all these cities. They're surrounding perimeters of all major cities right now, including the major cities of Kharkiv, Kiev itself, Shenkia, Odessa, Bonshin, and Merpurville. A significant part of the military equipment that's coming into the territory from Belarus right now and through Crimea and through occupied Crimea is moving in on these major cities. It's going to get bad here pretty soon. This is press right now that all these major cities are being surrounded as we speak. And of course, military and missile armaments are being readied. So, bad times out there, sad times for Ukraine. It is officially 11 p.m. there now. 11 p.m. Give you guys an update. Make my screen big so I can see. No, Well, it looks like Russian forces have been moving and reacclimating and getting ready for major attacks. This audio, the air sirens are going off in Kiev. As Kiev has been surrounded, and several other major cities throughout Ukraine have been surrounded. Not looking good right now. We'll keep giving you guys updates as stuff is unfolding. As we see, Russian troops took this major area right here just recently. This was all controlled by, of course, Ukraine was controlling this area where it has now been taken by Russia across the M1 or M0 or M07 P30 highways right here. They're taken by Russia as they move in. Russia has surrounded several major cities with rockets and with missiles and artillery and troops. Several major cities have been surrounded, including Kiev, and Russia is looking to move in. Everything's being staged as we speak. Russia has taken large parcels of land over the last hour. No real fighting, but they have taken large parcels of land outside of those cities. More air raid sirens are going off in the distance now. This is all in Kiev. All happening in Kiev as we speak. No, that's their air raid sirens, Kevin. Tsunami warning. Tsunami of forces about to come in. That's what I'm worried about. Watching though. Everything unfold here. If you're joining us live, please share it out. Giving you up to date on everything that's going on here at Real News Live. It's happening out there. We have it here. This air raid siren's really loud. It's hard to turn it down. Some places do have power, some places don't. Fortunately, we're just trying to keep up with what's happening out here. He keeps going until Ukraine folds. Putin is not going to stop until Ukraine folds, and he's not going to stop there. He said he wants the Baltic states back. What are the Baltic states? The Baltic states are up here north, and they're Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia. These three Baltic states were once part of Russia. Same with Belarus, but Belarus has already sided with Russia. Russia wants all this property back. They want these properties back, these states. They want to take Ukraine as well. That's why they're pushing so heavy into Ukraine right now, to take it back. Who sees their once motherland. It is not a tsunami warning. Not a tsunami warning. These are air raid alerts or incoming missile warnings. It's to take shelter. That's what I'm telling people. That was happening. I feel bad for the citizens there. The wind is blowing. You are hearing the wind blowing. Like I said, I've audio maxed up. A lot of stuff. The wind just happens to be catching this microphone once in a while. I am sorry about that. I'm glad to provide you guys information that's knowledgeable and truthful and has the facts of what's actually happening there so people can have an understanding. Yes, I already announced that earlier today. Sweden had broken neutrality, seized Putin's accounts, and sending lots of weapons, not just anti-tank weapons, but anti-aircraft weapons as well. UK News is well behind on that, sorry, but they're missing the ticket. Breaking news, the most recent news is, of course, Russia's troops have accumulated more armored vehicles and missiles and artillery and weapons in certain areas and are surrounding and capturing Kiev and major cities. They're not captured yet. They're surrounding them, getting ready to capture them, including Kharkiv, Shinvia, Odessa, Kherson, and Mariupol. A significant part of the military that comes from the territory of Belarus through occupied Crimea. Significant forces are coming through that way. So that's the most up-to-date information we have. As we know, I think they're about 16 miles out. Sorry, yes, about 16 miles outside of Kiev right now, on a major caravan heading towards Kiev. That might be why we're hearing air raid sirens now. Watching everything happen as, of course, it unfolds. Finland. I'll see any recent calls coming out of Finland. Switzerland, though, did announce, of course, its outcome, what it's going to do here. Finland has not made any major announcements yet. You're watching. There's no announcements coming out of Finland yet. That's all I can say. Oh, don't apologize. I'm just letting you guys know. I'm giving you guys information right away. As soon as we get it. Some blue lights. Well, Switzerland's a way over. I mean, they would have to take Hungary. They would have to take Bulgaria. They would have to take Romania. I mean, they seized Switzerland at one point, but that was for a very short amount of time. Switzerland's all the way next to France. I mean, at that point, you're in big trouble. So they've already taken Austria, Germany, France, Bulgaria, Hungary, Slovakia, Poland, Romania. I don't think they're going to try to take Switzerland. They might just take the whole European Union at this point, though. You don't even know. We don't know what could happen. Don't know. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, because I told you there was 5 contract companies out of the U.S. that are there in Ukraine. There are 5 contracts, so Ukraine's paying them, technically. And there are Ukraine forces while Ukraine's paying them. I looked at that. That could possibly it, Billy. That could be a way that they could have got around that. I don't know why Switzerland has broken neutrality. They have never broken neutrality before. This is the first time. They have actually seized Putin's assets that were in Switzerland's accounts. So, yeah, it still doesn't explain the 44 special operations units we still have deployed in Ukraine, listed and deployed there. Yeah, sirens go and come off and go on. They only go on when movement is happening towards the Capitol. We have not seen any activity yet. We did hear the sirens, of course, again. Swiss banks have seized the assets, yes. Swiss has broken neutrality as well. Swiss have seized Putin's accounts. Yes. A lot of places have broken neutrality today. Swiss banking system decided to break neutrality because they seized his accounts, Putin's accounts, private accounts. And, of course, are pushing Russia out of their banking system whatsoever. Small dots on the map are, of course, Russian forces or Russian encampments outside. These are Russian encampments, the red dots on the map, the little tiny ones. The bigger logos, of course, are icons where Russian military have hit. All the blue icons are, of course, Ukrainian troops winning fights. The red, of course, tanks or movements of troops. And you'll see a lot of that. We got to think, you may think that, Charlotte, but Russia has more nuclear arms than the whole UN combined. Over 6,000 weapons. Just the nuclear armament of Russia could destroy the world 3 times over. Wipe it from the map 3 times over. The nuclear armament of Russia could wipe the world 3 times over. We don't want to get into a nuclear war. Yeah, international criminal courts and the Hague Convention can open investigations on whatever they want on war crimes in Ukraine. The problem is there's other war crimes that we know that happen from Ukrainian soldiers against Russian soldiers that there's proof of. Yeah, Russia would destroy themselves in the process. That's what I'm afraid of. Mentality of Putin. If we go to nuke Russia, Russian submarines have already been ordered to destroy the world. They already have targets. If they can't get a hold of their base command, they go through a red code. Well, a dead man switch. They can't get a hold of their officials, then they go to the red code, and that ain't gonna be no fun for nobody. I haven't got an update on the convoy yet. No update, so I gotta say 16 miles. I can't say anything other than what I know. Of course, the cloud server keeps going out. Because now everybody in the world is watching this. Media agency, of course. Watch and see what's happening. There's a lot of tear-jerking videos out there. There's a lot of sad events happening. I feel terrible for the people. The DNS server for API login has just shut down. Let's get back up again. Guys, give me a moment. I think somebody just hit the API. Access directly to information throughout the news world. AP access. Not good. Yep, Dan. It could be as easy as that. The server that we get our AP access from that gives us updates is down right now. Going to a 10.16 error, so we're waiting for the cloud server to come back up. If Putin's the evilest man alive, then who are we? Then who are we? We didn't just carpet bomb Japan and Europe and Germany or the Middle East or Afghanistan or Iran or Iraq. Yeah, I'm going to the Twitter right now. Unfortunately. Gotta go somewhere when one thing runs out, right? Ukraine lists visa requirements for foreign citizens wishing to join the fight against Russia. Wow. They're asking for everything to get involved. They're asking for everybody to get involved. At this point. That would be the U.S. joining into NATO or fighting the war. Yeah, all the DNS gateways are closing. Sad times. Yeah, BP ended yesterday. Shell ended earlier today. That was earlier today. UN is expecting 4 million refugees to flee Ukraine in the coming weeks. Currently, there's over 520 that have already crossed the border, not counting the ones that went to Russia. So. Yeah, the ones that went to Russia. I'm not saying Putin's stable or unstable. I'm not saying Ukraine's stable or unstable. I'm not saying the U.S. is stable or unstable. Come on. Look at our office. Our presidential office right now. Stability is not a topic we should be discussing. First of all, if anybody in the U.S., U.S. citizens, were to go there and join the fight, we would be responsible for joining the fight. NATO would be involved. If NATO and the U.S. gets involved, it's going to end very badly. Yeah. COVID and enslaving Muslims. We don't even care about what's happening in China. Literally. No arguing. Please, no arguments. You can't sanction Russia, just like they try to sanction Russia. You can't sanction China. You could try. The problem is the world relies on oil and natural gas, and the world relies on China for its goods. UK government is playing with touchy words. Touchy words. The US is doing it too. By saying that, they're saying they will back and fund you to go fight as a UK citizen in a foreign country. I'm waiting for China to go after Taiwan, and I don't think we can't do anything about it right now. What are we gonna do? What are we gonna do? China's taken a position a long time ago. They said they were backing Russia. Just like India and the UAE both abstained from voting, and so did China. They abstained from voting on the UN against Russia for sanctions. That means the two major oil producers left in the world, which is the Saudis and Russia, are both standing together. And China, the biggest supplier in the world, is standing with them. So let's keep poking the bear. Abstaining means they abstain from voting. It's the same thing as voting no. It's just without voting no. Everybody votes yes and they abstain from voting. They're holding out. Okay. You could say it's not, but it is. You can agree. We can agree to disagree on that statement. How about that? Earth is not flat. When you're talking politics, voting abstain is voting no. Or voting for the minority. That's what it's doing. Yeah, without voting no without documenting your vote. That's politics. That's how you vote no. You abstain from voting. And your abstention's noted as a no. It doesn't give them enough yeses to pass it. Let's put it that way. If you require 75% of NATO to say yes to pass something, and you get 25% that abstain from voting, it's not passing. So they voted no. Whether you want to admit they voted no or not, that's beyond my control. I can't change your politics or your view. Is this even going on? Yes, this is happening. It is senseless. Moscow? I don't know. Why don't you go Google it? Don't ask me. It's true how far Russia is from the U.S. Russia from Alaska is like a couple miles, not even 5,000. It's literally a hop, skip, and a jump. Couple islands there that are U.S.-owned islands. And then you hit Russia. I don't even want to think about that likelihood right now, Dean. Yeah, it's like 3 miles. I don't even know if it's that far. There is no winning this war and saving Ukraine. Yes, there was some biolabs that were destroyed. What are you talking about? It's 2,000 from Moscow to Alaska. There's barrier islands that go along Russia. Hold on. miles apart if you do not include the barrier islands that are off of Alaska. There are 2 islands, and it puts the distance between the U.S. and Russia to about 2.5 miles. The islands are known as Yesterday and Tomorrow Islands, and there's a big thing that the islands belong to Russia and one belongs to the United States. It's literally 2.4 miles, actually, if you want to get to the technical key. The other nickname is Big Domain, which is Russia's, and Little Domain, which is Tomorrow, which is United States. Let's try to get those to the middle of the screen. These are the islands. 2.4 miles. 2.4 miles. See? U.S. island, Russia island. 2.4 miles in between. International dateline runs right in between them. This is today, this is tomorrow. It's the other name for the islands. So today and tomorrow. You can have your cake and eat it too. In less than 2.4 miles away. Yeah, a lot of people have never heard of those islands. Don't be offended by not hearing about something that a lot of people don't know about. Somebody's asked that question before. That's the reason I happen to know the answer to it. Yeah, the map's up again. Nothing has happened yet. Watching the news feeds, I'm watching Twitter, and I'm watching the feeds on Twitter as well for API or free live view API.
Красавец какой. Орех долбет. Вот такое в этом году у нас Рождество. И снежок вроде падает, но плюсовая температура сразу.
I'm back, you guys. Sorry. I'm going to take a smoke break real quick. Seems like Google is starting to take down maps of this. If you not see them. Google has been taking down stuff a long time before this. EU is expecting 4 million refugees. That was 27 minutes ago. No updates yet. On that, no updates on the map. Is it officially midnight? Yes, it is. You are right. It's the first there in Kiev now. Russia's been dropping bombs this whole time. They're surrounding cities as we speak, moving artillery and missile into place. They have not attacked yet. Of course, we know there's more troops on their way from, of course, Russia right now. 50 miles off. Are you a soldier? No, I am not a soldier. Private military, or private company, not private military, private corporation. But I am not military. Watching everything happen live here. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff. I mean, Ukraine and Russia, neither one of them are holy. Neither one of them are good. You think they are? It's sad. There's not a David versus Goliath situation. This is a Goliath versus Goliath situation because David was holy. Ain't no holiness out here. Sorry. Of course, if you guys want to support the channel, please click on one of the links at the bottom. As we provide information here for free. We're actually raising money for charity. Right now, we're raising money for our Easter Fund to provide Easter baskets for families in need around the U.S. That's what we do here. King Kong versus Godzilla. Well, Godzilla, I don't know. King Kong, Godzilla, they're both kind of good guys. It is sad what's happening to the citizens there. That's who I feel bad for. I don't feel bad for either nation, whether they win or lose. I feel bad for the citizens that are being, of course, having to go through this. Citizens of Ukraine have both fled to Russia and, of course, across the western border to Poland. Sad. That's none of our business. But we got involved. Whether we say we're involved right now or not, we're involved. We're sending weapons to fight against the Russian forces into Ukraine. Whether we send men or weapons, it's the same thing. It's being involved. When you join a war, you join a war. You can't partially join. You can't halfway join. The tanks have moved. We haven't got an update on these tanks. They're moving right now. We just haven't got an update, Andy. I'm sorry. Those tanks are moving, though. We get an update or the map updates, we will know. Yeah, 17 countries are sending weapons. 17 NATO countries are sending weapons into Ukraine. Weapons are the same thing as sending a soldier. You're not expending a life, but you're expending money. You're giving to a country that's at war with another. You are backing that country. Just like there's talk about going after Belarus for sending troops. What's the difference? They're backing Russia. Just because they're not backing who we're backing? That's a big question. Javelin missiles have already been deployed into Ukraine since before Russia moved in. We sent Javelin missiles, the U.S. did. They're not helping. I mean, we sent fighter jets for Ukraine to use. Yeah. 70 fighter jets from NATO. Yeah, you're getting involved. They're getting 70 fighter jets now from NATO, including EU, Slovakia, and Poland, which Poland's fighter jets are actually our fighter jets that are at that Polish airport. That we gave to NATO. Which is stupid. Putin already said if any of his soldiers die by weapons from another country, or any other country keeps sending weapons in, they're going to be held responsible. If Putin starts losing in Ukraine, you think he's just going to let it go? And say, oh, well, we'll deal with it another day. Russia's not going to stop at this point. Russia's all in. And that means all in. That means they will resort to other weaponry. That's not a good thing. Disagree, Dave? Of course you disagree. It's okay, you can disagree. Yeah, we already talked about that. He signed the EU application a while ago. That was actually a couple hours ago. Now this bear can bite back. This bear has 6,000 nuclear weapons. $6,000 nuclear weapons. It's not a bear you want to play with. And then they have China's, whether you want to agree with me or not, they have China's backing, they have India's backing, they have EU's backing. By abstaining from a vote, they backed them. Please, no links in chat, or you will be blocked. It's going to either end up in a bloody street fight or Putin pulls back off. I don't think so, Dave. I do not think so. As you know, Zelensky has already said they probably won't last 24 hours. He's asking for airspace to be shut down. He's asking for the U.S. to do whatever it can to send aircraft, asking for NATO to send weapons and aircraft because they're out of ammunitions. Yeah, if you put links in chat, you'll be blocked. Not a question. Putin said he's not going to back down. Yeah, they're already based there. They're already based in an airport right next to the border here. I'm going to pull it up for you guys so you can see the airfield that they did take over to base aircraft out of for this fight. It's an international airport right inside of Poland, right at the border. Say its name for sure. I need to look at the name or the tag number on it. I mean, I gotta be honest. This does not look good for any side. Does not look good for Russia. It does not look good for the U.S. Of course, us chiming in and making our voices heard means nothing if you look at what we've done to countries in the past. It's an international airport right inside Poland's coast, right inside Poland's border. At this point, us giving them help is just adding to fuel to the fire. I really do believe that. Oh, Fabian, we understand, like I said, if you don't have funds, we understand that 100%. We're not asking for people to give money that don't have money to give. If you're a viewer of us for a long time, you know that. Try to cover this to give people true information. Yeah, and if they do use that Poland air base for Ukraine pilots to fly missions out of, that is violation. That means NATO is 100% in at that point. NATO is 100% in at that point if that does happen. Unfortunately. And if NATO is 100% in, that means we're in. watching for that to come across right now. Dan, who put that tweet up? Because I don't see that tweet anywhere coming on anybody's feed. We can back out of NATO, but unfortunately we're not going to. This president loves NATO way too much. And avoid a parking ticket. Other side of the road today. Other side of the road. You know the rules. You only get to park on the right side if you're on the right side. Oh. Sharing the stream really does help support us, and just watch them. No, there's ads that come up. Those ads just go towards, all that money goes directly towards charity as well. Ad money and everything else. Subscription money. Merchandise money. If NATO goes in, the U.S. goes in. That's part of Article 5 of NATO agreement. Dave. You don't think the U.S. is going to get involved with NATO going in? I think we're going to sit back on this one. We can't. That would violate the NATO alliance. Literally violate NATO's alliance. We don't allow any links in chat. We don't allow any links in chat. Put a link in chat, you get blocked. Sorry. That's just the way it is. We do that because we get spammed with links. I mean, right now there's not that many viewers, but we've had thousands of viewers in here at once, and we do get spammed with links. Not an option when Article 5 gets called. That means any nation that goes to war that's a NATO alliance, we go to war with them. It's one for all for one. And we're currently involved. We're sending weapons down. Sorry, I'm checking something right now. Yeah, I'm not going to trust. I know it says that the planes are going to be based at a NATO or Polish airfield right now. But that's from Armed Forces News, and that is not an actual, that is not an actual reputable source. They don't have any quotes of where they're getting that information from. speculation at this point. Well, Putin's already surrounded major cities right now, and he could easily move in on them. They're waiting for more forces, of course, that are going towards the border right now. We would end up at war with Russia. We wouldn't just go into Ukraine. When you go in and start fighting against a foreign country, even in another country, go to war against them. That means the war would be between NATO and Russia at that point. Ukraine is just the battlefield that we're fighting in at that time. It is dark there right now. Just past midnight. We're 24 minutes past. Like everybody that's commented on this feed so far, Dan, the link that you sent me, has all said that it's a violation of NATO's treaty. The sound you hear is the wind ripping through right now. I'm sorry about that. I know the wind's ripping through there pretty bad. A lot of wind noise though. Turn it down a little bit. Will people be called up for war? If we go to war against Russia, yes. Hate to say it, but yes. First, they will pull in, of course, any previous or retired DD-214 people that are out of the service, be called back up prior to, of course, the draft. There's been fighting. There's been gunshots. The retirees have to be under the age of 35. Under 35, just to let you know. The draft is 18 to 25, but retirees have to be under 35 to be realistic, to be pulled back up or called back up. You want to make sure I clarify that because a lot of people get confused. It looks like the U.S. never approved females to be drafted yet. I don't think that actually passed all the way. Check again, but last time I checked, I'm pretty sure it said that they were not able to be drafted yet. Going to war with Russia would end up the end of civilization. That's what we're concerned about. That's what we're concerned about. Yeah, but last year there was a bill going through Congress, I'm looking right now, that Congress was requiring women to register for the draft. For over 100 years, young men have been registering for the draft. The Congress was trying to push that, but I'm seeing if it actually passed right now. No, it was pulled out of the National Defense Bill last year. They were trying to pass it. Did not get passed. Women can fight on the front lines, no problem here in the U.S. now. And Putin, I don't think you understand, Dave. The mentality in a communist society is different than a mentality of a free society. There are some people that disagree with Putin and his rule, but that's not the way it works. It's not the way the society works at all. Yeah, the equality is thick in this one. Thick equality. Space. Most of the people in Russia rule hate him. That is not true, Dave. That is U.S. propaganda. That is U.S. propaganda right there, to the fullest. That's like saying people in China hate the Chinese government. The Chinese government is actually a very, very, very small elite group of people. And the population is drastically outnumbered in every way, even their military. Well, their military has less than 2 million people active, and they have billions of people living there. They could easily overthrow their government. They choose not to. Not that they don't want to. 72% of Russian citizens support Putin's actions, yes, and wanted him to go into Ukraine. Misinformation does not fly here. It is true. I've been... dude. Do not start, please. Please. Russia's been using thermobaric weapons, and so has Ukraine, because we sent 12 missile payload trucks to Ukraine with thermobaric missiles. So, both sides have. I think you guys are very, very mistaken. It's okay to be mistaken, but you got to look at the facts. When the U.S. did a survey of how many people approved of him going into, half the country doesn't like him. When the U.S. did a survey of how many people approved of him going into Ukraine before he did it, over 72% wanted him to. What we hear on the news here is not exactly what happens in the world. I hate to tell you, but we are an isolated news just like other countries do. If you have a VPN, use a VPN and go on the internet in another country right now and find out what's going on. And you can't just... He's not pushing any buttons in either, are we? We'll see. He's moved nuclear weapons into Belarus in the last couple of days. There were 3 missiles fired last night that were heavy rockets. Now, all we could detect, or all that we got out of it, was heavy rockets were fired. Still, they have not come down. They still have not been... The U.S., of course, has denied knowing any knowledge of where they went or what they are. Same with other foreign governments that were watching, but everybody admitted they got launched. Where are they? They didn't land in the sea. Yeah, that's the thing with intercontinental ballistic missiles. They can be in outer space for days or even weeks after launch before they have to be dropped back into the atmosphere. Depending on what the battery life and everything else and the technology that's on board of them, which Russia has advanced nuclear technology while we have halted our growth of nuclear technology. Russia's been, of course, a big push for new technology in the missile industry and rocket industry, while the U.S., of course, has fallen well behind, letting private corporations take up our rocket and industry. Yeah. Russia and Belarus have been banned from more than just the Olympic Games. The FIFA Cup and a couple other things have been banned as well now. It's just bad. Our submarines could take out Moscow, but Moscow's submarines could take out the world. And they're on dead man switches. If they don't have reports coming back in from base, they are told to fire. We fire nukes on them, they would fire nukes on everyone. Nuclear weapons of use of any side would be the end of the world as we know it. It's not enthusiasm. I don't want World War III to start. I don't want any nuclear weapons to go off. You're saying that Russia would just surrender or just let itself be destroyed by nuclear weapons. That's not going to happen. You have to think of actuality. You can't think in unrealistic terms. I mean, you can't say just bomb Russia with nuclear weapons and everything's going to be okay. You can't assume that. You can't even start to assume that in the situation we're in today. And to say the United States is any better than Russia would be ridiculous. Because if you don't look back at our history and what we've done, I'm saying if NATO gets involved, Dave, we don't have a choice. It's not an option at that point. If NATO gets involved by allowing Poland, or Poland gets involved by allowing Ukraine to use its airfields and launch fights and fighter jets from those airfields to fight in Ukraine, that is a violation. That's Article 5 right away. That means Poland has declared war on behalf of NATO against Russia fighting in Ukraine. That's not a maybe call up, that is a definite call to war. Russia has over 6,000 nuclear weapons, so if you watch the documentary that said there's only 3,500, that count is way wrong. Here's the thing. We were attacking another country and we didn't need help. We didn't ask for them. But it would immediately, Russia would be allowed to attack Poland, and Russia would attack Poland immediately, and NATO would immediately be involved. I mean, this is not good. Illegal to detonate. Patrick, that's hilarious. It's illegal to detonate a nuclear weapon within city limits. Of course it is. It's an act of war. War and legality is different things, though. No, Dave, if you understood NATO bylaws and what NATO means and the joining of a war, by even supplying weaponry to Ukraine, we have technically entered the war, according to the rules of engagement that are part of UN law. According to UN law, the rules of engagement is supplying any assistance, monetary or weaponry, or troops themselves to any country at war. The only aid we can provide is humanitarian aid, which is food and supplies for housing, of course, and keeping citizens safe, not providing weaponry at any point. We've already violated that. U.S. military is far from disciplined nowadays. The woke mentality that was brought into the military is destroying it. I don't need Google to educate myself. I have books right here. If I want to look up the treaties that were signed after World War II, I pull up the World War II history manual and pull up all the American heritage and the heritage of NATO and everything that happened after World War II and look it up and read it. It's right here in my hands. You know the United we are strong phrase actually came with an alliance with NATO and North Korea involved in it? Or with Russia and North Korea involved in it? Did you know that? The united we are strong, united we will win. That statement came with an alliance that included Russia and North Korea. United we stand, divided we fall. Same place. The same place. It was the politics after World War II that actually got that phrase started. And if that doesn't tell you something about the way the U.S. acts today, the way the U.S. reacts today, that statement alone should tell you a lot. If I was in charge, what would I do? What would I have done in the beginning? First of all, I wouldn't have tried to get or sell Ukraine 5 weeks ago weapons that are missile defense system. We were trying to sell Ukraine 5 weeks ago, before Russia managed to put all these troops on the border, a weapons defense system that could hit Moscow on an offensive charge. As soon as we went in to try to do that, we were trying to negotiate something that was against the treaty that was signed in 1994 when Ukraine handed over their weapons, or their nuclear weapons, to Russia, back to the motherland, in order to remain free. All states guarding or surrounding Russia, the Baltic states, including Ukraine, were all included in this treaty. That they were never to be armed with weaponry that could take over or to hurt the motherland, and never allowed to be within NATO alliance. We didn't technically sell them the weapons, so that's why the U.S. is saying this isn't justified, because the weapons were never sold. The problem is the negotiation over those weapons should have never happened in the first place. It was a missile defense system that could fire a 600-mile range. Moscow would have been within 420 miles range of those missiles. Those missiles could have been easily retipped within 5 minutes with a nuclear warhead without even taking the missiles out of the silo. There was a lot of information that was put out about this when the deal was going down, or when they were negotiating the deal. People don't want to go back and look back and see what happened. I mean, the U.S. has committed so many more tragedies, and yet we blame other countries for the tragedies. But look at what we did in Afghanistan, Iraq, Iran, Saudi Arabia during Desert Storm. They lit their oil fields on fire because they didn't want us seizing them, and we bombed them. The people. Forget Putin. Look at what we've done. Our humanitarian aid that we went, our humanitarian movements, even in Vietnam. Why did we go into Vietnam? To stop communism? It's still communist. The people stood and fought and died to stay communist. Just because you're free, just because you live in a free country and you like your free country, does not mean every country in the world is there. I'm not going to watch a movie about a war when I can actually read about it and get real knowledge. A movie has been edited and made to look great for people. Get people interested in a perspective. I'd much rather know the facts. I would much rather want to know the facts. It's sad. I'm worried about here in the next hour or so, Russia using a nuclear weapon on Ukraine as an EMP device to knock out power grids, and they can do it very effectively. Of course, that's the way I'm never on the rag, Dave. Never. I just like having facts. If you don't like facts, oh well. If we send 70 aircraft in there Yeah. A high altitude explosion. If we 70 aircraft, if 70 NATO aircraft are entering Ukraine, and Ukraine's using drones, I guarantee Russia will pull back and use the only hardened tanks and aircraft and stuff on the ground is all EMP hardened. They will do a high altitude explosion and take out those aircraft. I like having conversations. Nuclear war is a very scary situation. Looks like Latvia, of course, is now flying Border Patrol helicopters along the border of Belarus. An EMP is an electromagnetic pulse. It's a nuclear weapon detonated at high altitudes to produce an electronic wave that fries electronics that are not hardened against it. How do you prepare for something like this? You don't. Try to live with it. There are videos coming out of Russia that are proud faces holding their flag and marching to war. Yeah, that's the only way that they would actually penetrate our system with a nuclear weapon at this point in the U.S. on the ground is with an EMP strike, a high altitude explosion of a detonation of a nuclear device long before or far above the atmosphere, causing that, of course, losing technology. There's a video of the convoy. Supposedly, it's right outside of Kiev right now. I just got a video of the convoy right outside of Kiev, rolling towards Kiev. It's literally right there. Yeah, you got to think there's heavy tanks, though, Alice, in that convoy. So they're traveling probably 15 miles an hour, if that. Of course, they've been stopping and starting. Yeah, there's videos of this convoy surfacing everywhere now. They are not in the middle of nowhere. They are right outside of Kiev right now. The convoy's right outside of Kiev. Some vehicles at the beginning of the convoy are already starting to park, so. Massive amounts of tanks, artillery. I mean, there's well over 100 vehicles in this. Well over 100 vehicles within this caravan. I don't think they're prepared for the convoy. I don't. Fortunately, I don't think there's a way to prepare for that many people. No one's answered. Do we give in to Putin's demands? It's not us giving in to Putin's demands. Not about that. Yeah, they have nukes that could travel around the world. They could drop out of orbit from anywhere. So let's not even talk about where you. The problem is our missile defense system would take those out. A certain amount of them, hopefully more than. Thank you. Yeah, the convoy's over 17 miles. That's the convoy coming in. That's another convoy coming down from Russia right now. It's over 17 miles long. Up, come down 17 miles. Yeah, there's lots of wind out there. I'm sorry. Yeah, Putin could easily launch 500 simultaneously. And that's not including the submarines that would probably stay hidden well beyond that point. And to see if there was any retaliating strikes. And then just send more for them. Yes, Zelensky did sign his application to join the European Union. That is not NATO. That is not an alliance. That is a union that allows them to negotiate stuff. But the problem is that he's not supposed to be involved in any of that country. I think Ukraine does have to give in to Putin's demands at this point. There is no going back. Problem is the mass support that is coming from the UN and EU and NATO is going to cause big problems in the future. Well, according to the treaty signed in 2014, when Ukraine, or not 2014, 1994, when Ukraine turned over their missiles, they're not allowed to join the European alliance, NATO, none of that. So, is Russia wrong for calling them out on it? Yeah. If that happened, Dave, I would just say a prayer for everyone. Because the nuclear fallout would just be ridiculous. I think the U.S. had more to provoke this than asking what Putin opposed. It's not that Putin opposed it. Putin is opposed to it, and not only that, Ukraine isn't allowed to, according to everything that's happened. The fallout from 500 nuclear weapons would be devastating to the world. If you're on the southern hemisphere, you might survive. Luckily, we do have two hemispheres of the Earth. The southern hemisphere might not get that much radiation or fallout if they strike, of course, in the northern hemisphere. I haven't seen any Russian banks limiting to withdrawals to $20. I haven't seen that. Yeah, if they were to launch, smoke anything you got. If you're outside of the direct blast radius, not going to say anything else. I'm not okay with Russia doing what they're doing, but I'm not okay with the way this situation started either. To make us still in the northern hemisphere. 1960s. The highest DEFCON status that was ever achieved is DEFCON 2. Of course, we've been at DEFCON 2 this week, but of course it's DEFCON 3 right now. But that was in Cuban Missile Crisis on October 16th through the 28th of 1962, when the U.S. Armed Forces, of course, and Strategic Air Command fought or held the line against Russia. Persian Gulf in 1991, DEFCON 2 was also declared, and the opening phases of Desert Storm during the Persian Gulf War. Even on September 11th, DEFCON 3 was the remaining DEFCON level that we were at. I just wanted to go through that because I know somebody was saying something earlier about it. DEFCON status right now currently is around the world is still yellow roundhouse. We're still at roundhouse, which is number 3, level 3. In Europe, they are at a level 2, though. Europe is at a level 3, and that's the EUCOM alert system. They're the level 2. They are ready for anything to happen right now. Yellow card here in the U.S., red card in Europe. Red card in Europe. Cyber's still at a yellow too, so we're good. Give me this funny analogy. I would never use soccer as an analogy to the DEFCON status, but I guess you can do that if you want. Ukraine does not have nuclear weapons. Ukraine's puppet president is a puppet of the United States installed by, what I'm going to say, I believe by the CIA. But some private company funded his whole run into office. That's something I can't say for sure. You look cute. Do you think sanctions are going to hurt Russia? No. Russia is still... The only thing Russia actually needs to do is sell oil and natural gas. That's their GDP. That's how they make their money. Guess what? Sanctions are not affecting the oil and natural gas market. So what does that mean? Nothing. Sanctions mean nothing right now to Russia. It's like slapping a kid on the wrist for taking a piece of candy. You think it's really going to hurt them, or are they going to go back and take a piece of candy later? They're still going to take the candy, just not in front of you. I can't even say it's like that because I think that's too harsh of an analogy. Well, Soros wants a one world order, which Russia and China are both independent of that. They want their independent control. So, a long column of BM-21 Grand multi-rocket launchers fully loaded and heading towards designated attack areas are heading in. That's within that convoy coming from outside of and Russia into Ukraine right now. Every time Chris says Russia, take a drink. You guys would be wasted. You guys would be wasted if you're doing that. So those BM-21s are rolling in, and there is a huge convoy of them. It is not some little game. Russian vodka. Yeah, we got to destroy it anyways, right? Destroy the Russian vodka by drinking it. It sounds like fun. The BM-21 Grand is a weapon system with the M21OF rockets. It was first developed in the early 1960s and saw use in the March of 1969, and then since Soviet border conflict. Of course, these trucks are now in the NATO countries, and their systems are now known as M1964s. NATO allies, of course, use them. They're not a fun toy to play around with. The rocket launch or vehicle launch rocket system fitted with a satellite navigation system for their rockets, an automatic fire control system with a PA and APP laying system that can fire new generation rockets with a range of 25 miles or more. They're truck-based rocket launchers. These are Grad V's, so they're actually 12. They hold 12 rockets, 120 millimeter rocket launcher, and it's made to be airdropped. Let's see. Trying to find the range for these. Oh, most likely used for thermobaric missiles. That's great. Russia uses them with thermobaric platforms now. They can be also fitted with a smaller missile type, which holds, I believe, 36 thermobaric missiles. 36 or smaller. Show you guys what they look like so you guys know what we're talking about here. Russia is sending a convoy of these that's about 17 miles long into Ukraine. Let's put it that way. 17 miles long convoy of these that are armed with thermobaric missiles. They can either have 12 rounds or 36 rounds, depending on the size of the rocket. This is the 36 round version that Russia uses today. So that's a lot of firepower. A lot of firepower. Russia's bringing in for a fight. Yeah, they create a huge vacuum, burning out all the oxygen in an area, making it completely unable to breathe for people that are there. People could be within vehicles, the oxygen gets sucked out of them. It's crazy. That actually, destroying a tank, you can actually kill all the passengers within it. That's what they were used for on the border crisis. Convoy 17 miles long heading into Ukraine with those involved. I don't know how many are in the convoy total. All we know is we know the convoy's length and we know where it's going. See going by the convoy because there is a video out there, but it is very blurry. I see a bunch of 36s passing, and let's see if any the 12s pass. 12s are much bigger. There's some 12s in there too, so 36s and 12s. We're going to see some big damage with these. Not too friendly. Not too friendly of a game going on here. Yeah, that's what we're all saying. Putin might be insane. Very possible. Very possible. I'm going to take a break for a minute, you guys. And I will be back to talk more about Russia, because Russia is the big deal, because Russia is invading Ukraine because Russia wants to take control. So if you're drinking when I say Russia, you'll be pretty drunk when I get back to talk about Russia. You guys about 15 minutes, let's say 6:30. I will be back at 6:30 to talk about Russia, okay? I'll keep these feeds live, audio on, of course, for you guys to hear what's going on out there. Not really much going on. But I will be back at 6:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Russia. God bless you all. Chris doesn't know how far they are from the border right now. Chris is trying to eat some dinner. I am back, you guys. How you guys been doing? Of course, I had to take a minute, take a break for a minute, and eat some dinner and smoke a cigarette and relax. The U.S. has, of course, now is expelling 12 of Russia's embassy staff from the United States, saying that they are Russian intelligence officers. Crazy. Yep. Don't know what to say about that. But besides that, we were talking about the approval rating and the support of Russia invading Ukraine in Russia. Only 22% of Russians oppose invading Ukraine right now. 22% right now oppose it. Only 22% are opposing what's happening in Ukraine. That means 78% of Russians. Yeah, those people are usually at the embassies, Alex. They're Russian spies, though, so we're expelling them. It's more of a grounds of saying why, and it's more of a characteristic of the U.S. steps towards hostility. I mean, I wouldn't mind a mean tweeting some $2 gas either. So less than a quarter of the country does not support it. 3/4 of the country does support it. That's the problem. Everybody's saying, well, what happens if Putin wasn't in office or somebody went and took out Putin? And guess what? Wouldn't change anything. Russia's set on what they're doing. Russia is set on this. They're backing within each other. So it's not like it's a question of what could happen. So courts are probing whether possibility of war crimes in Ukraine. But the war crimes thing might come back to bite Ukraine. Right. The others are so scared to speak. 78% approve. 78% approval rate. Not afraid. If they're approving, there's sound in the feed, yes. There's nothing going on there. It's quiet still. As we know, Russian troops have been moving around. There's sound on the feeds as we speak. You'll hear the wind blow. I'll turn it up. Nothing going on. It is the middle of the night. It is sad. The old days is definitely what Putin wants back. He wants the SSR or USSR back in power. And that's what he's pushing for. We're seeing it happen. I'm just seeing this post on Twitter. I have to read it out loud and see what you guys think about it. I'm surprised it's so quiet right now. I'm surprised. Nope, nothing came out of the talks. Besides, of course, the huge 17-mile caravan of vehicles. But I got to read this tweet real quick because I think it's really retarded. Or idiotic, whatever you want to call it. Number one reason to be grateful we have competent leadership in the White House at this moment. Look at Russia. That's what this tweet says. Now, how idiotic do you have to be to say that? Competent leadership in the White House. Competent leadership. Like, I don't even understand why somebody would say that. Yes, That is true, John. If Ukraine would have said no to the United States right away when they try to sell them weapon or missile defense systems, this would not be the situation right now. Leanne Parker, this is not anti-American. This is a fact-based feed. If you do not know the situation of why we are in the situation we are right now with Ukraine, I suggest you go back 5 weeks ago, prior to Russia building any troops upon the border, and look at what America was trying to do. We were trying to sell them a missile defense system that was capable of hitting Moscow against the treaty that, of course, we signed with Moscow, stating that the states bordering them would never be part of NATO or have missiles to attack or have the means to attack them provided by NATO. All those countries agreed upon that. We agreed upon it too at that point. So pushing that is not going to help. You think I'm anti-American by any means? You are in the wrong place. You gotta look at. It's not fact-based, it's biased. First of all, Leanne, get out of here. Goodbye. Don't like hearing facts? Go find another place to chat. Nobody asked you here. Nobody invited you. You just happen to stumble upon us. You're missing a lot of the story. Missing a lot of what actually happened. Sad what's happening in Ukraine. I feel sad for the citizens there. I feel sad for the citizens in any place. But Zelensky's fight is not for a free Ukraine, but for a nuclearized European military base. Let's be honest. We have seen much better days in this world. It's just sad everything that's happening. It just tragic. Get out of here. You are the problem in this world. If I'm the problem, you're the bigger problem. Yeah. I'm sorry. You can't keep pushing for something that it doesn't exist. Ukraine is not a free nation. If you don't know the whole situation, how Zelensky even got into office, I mean, there's a lot that leaded up to this and led up to this long before today. Goes all the way back to 2011 when Zelensky was paid to start a TV show. Paid to start a TV show about becoming president of Ukraine. You don't know about it? I think you need to do research, because a lot of the propaganda and media whitewash that we see today is nothing of what the truth is out there. I'm afraid to say that too, Laura. But Russia, if you guys are paying attention to Russia has 6,257 nuclear weapons. 6,257 nuclear weapons. I already blocked her. So I tried, but I couldn't take it. I had to block. People are worried about if 500 of those get fired, what would happen? I mean, yeah, that's how many we know of for sure. The 6,257 on paper. Russia has nuclear facilities that still process weapons-grade uranium to this day. Oh. It's bad. People should do research. I really do ask people to do research. Yeah. Just Google his name and start from there if you don't know anything about it. You start from there, you get into a mess of stuff long before presidency comes up. Long before that even becomes a meeting. Oh. Want to see what it looks like with a high-stakes missile standoff between NATO and Russia? Want to see what that would look like? I don't want to see it. It's bad. Get over here real quick. This is a map of what a high-stake missile standoff would look like with the nuclear weapons that could go off. There are nuclear weapons that could take out pretty much all of Europe with just 2 shots involved. Yeah, Russia would lose some ground. Just 2 missiles. Use smaller missiles or smaller places that they can actually fire missiles. There aren't major targets that they could target inside of Russia. They could hit Moscow. Look at this map. This is actually the range of these missiles. No, he doesn't care about sanctions. Sanctions aren't going to affect Russia. What are sanctions going to do? If you're having problems with the auto, yes, go out and come back in. That will most likely solve your problem. Would we intercept by air? That's the question. How many missiles could we intercept? How many missiles can you intercept when there's 500 coming at you at once? In that kind of scenario, where do you go? We go with just land-based strikes from Russia or naval-based strikes from Russia into NATO alliance, not including the U.S. It could become very dangerous very quickly. not including the U.S. I'll get this over here real quick so you guys can see this. Hold on just a second. You guys can understand what I'm actually talking about and see what I'm talking about. This is an interactive map. Anything you see in red is where Russia can strike. So Russia can strike all of that just with ground-based missiles. They can strike everywhere in the European Union with ground-based missiles immediately. These are strikes that would happen and most likely would hit the ground without any problems. When you go to blue, that's where the NATO gets involved. NATO has very little overlap of any of Russia. Yes, it does have some overlap when you zoom into Moscow. The blue circles is what NATO could hit. That's sad. And we're talking about what's happening in Ukraine and ending up in yeah, these are not ICBMs. But Russia could destroy this without even touching a single ICBM. They could use hypersonic weapons that are not ICBMs to take these out very quickly. No ICBM usage whatsoever. We are not talking about the missiles on the convoy trucks. The missiles on the convoy trucks are thermal barrack bombs. They're not missiles like we're talking about now. They are much, I guess, lighter, not nearly as volatile. But it's still the same thing. We still end up in the same place. Fuel oil and heating oil will skyrocket, especially if NATO does decide, and the UN does decide, which I'm thinking they will, to sanction Russia on oil and natural gas, because that's the only end game we have. Without sanctioning those two things, Russia is still producing a massive amount of income. That massive amount of income isn't just going to go away. That's how they make their money. We can sanction them all we want. GM's going to stop sending cars to them. You think they care? Take a deep breath. Think about it. Look back to the first great informational war. Except we're already 8 years in. The first great informational war began back in 2014 when the invasion of Ukraine. This is just the latest front. And the idea it doesn't already involve us is fictional, a lie. Come on, think about it. Think about it. You think it doesn't already involve us. Yeah, this is keeping Putin up at night for sure. Russia and China have no sanctions between each other right now. India has no sanctions against Russia. The UAE has no sanctions against Russia. Who's telling the lie? The mainstream media? Is it the left? Is it the right? Is it the middle? It's everyone. I hate to say it, but it is everyone. As we're watching what's happening and unfolding around the world, we might not see action right now or activity right this second fighting. But it's happening. I mean, we look back. Look back at when Bush was in office. Bush and Putin were friends. Bush and Putin were friends. And if anybody tries to deny that, they're crazy. They used to go fishing all the time. Putin's been to Bush's ranch in Texas when he was in office. Several times. The famous photo of Putin riding a horse without a shirt on and blue jeans, that photo was taken at Bush's ranch, for God's sakes. We've come a long way. Engineered crisis. Double standards. I can't help it. The screen's out of focus. Can't help. If I could magically go there, Joe, and I would fix the focus, I could for you, but I can't. Unfortunately. A lot of people don't. Yeah, there was an actual transcript, and it does say that. But I don't know if it's if that's the legal transcript or not. But it is sad. If Putin really did tell Biden that, that would be the first joke of a presidency that Putin's actually called out directly to somebody's face. People are saying, of course, Putin hasn't made any major advancements. Nothing major has happened. You know, everything else about what has happened. What about what's going to happen? Not what has happened. Where are we heading? How far is this going to head towards? What is going to be the end? Or where is the end? Is there an end to this? Is it a good end? Or is it a bad end? Is it a medium? Is it happy? Hold on, you guys. I'm getting a map up here so you guys can see. People are talking that no major advancements have been made over the last week. Hearing that's on so many news organizations is making me sick. So, put this map up here. Just a second after I get it set up properly. This is a video of course, what happened in the time overlay, of course, of Russia moving in to Ukraine. At no point, this is what happened. Immediately, they take places. They're moving day by day, hour by hour. Russia's been taking property. But yet the media is reporting that Russia's facing extreme losses and Ukraine's winning every battle. We know it's not true. We know that's not true. Yeah. Why are we worried about a country that burns people alive? That is very true, Nana. Very, very true. Why? Because somebody said we had to? Looking out here in Kiev and Ukraine, and it's quiet. It is a lot darker. There's more power outages, of course. Yeah, the weather is getting bad there tonight. There's snow and rain happening. And stopping the war is not transporting weapons to a battlefield. The UN can say we're not involved, and all these countries can say we're not involved. You know, we're not responsible for lives lost. But we're sending weapons at a ridiculous rate. We're sending weapons at a ridiculous rate. It's unfold. It's ridiculous. Yeah, it's 2:30 in the morning. I don't think Russia's going to move on any of these cities now. Usually they stop around 2 to 3 a.m. actually attacking, and Russia does relax for a little bit. People are crazy, though. They're putting up petitions, stop the war in Ukraine. A petition on change.org. Signing a petition is not going to stop a war. It is not going to stop a war. The European Union is saying, oh, they didn't. Yeah, CDC recommends you wear a regular cloth mask if there's a nuclear fallout. Sign a petition. Stop a war. The convoy we're talking about now is not the one heading towards Kiev. It's the one coming from Russia. And I don't know where that is right now because there's no updates from when it's left. The one that was next to Kiev, there hasn't been any updates from it as well. I know they were starting a station, but nothing happened after that. I mean, there were placements and everything going on. Some air raid sirens, of course, went off in Kiev. That was about an hour ago. We heard those air raid sirens, and that was it. Yeah. We take American guns away from Americans, but we're going to give guns to criminals in another country to fight a war. Literally. From inmate to warrior. Just place a gun in their hand. Yeah. Not signing off now because sirens are about to go off again. No mention of a launch, though, or, of course, anything interactive coming up yet. Sirens are going off in Kiev again. Just a second, you guys will be able to hear it. I'm not logging off. The sirens are about ready to go off again. Fortunately. Oh, 4 hours of sleep? That's a lot. You got a lot of sleep last night. I am not on Telegram. Just sad. Filter coffee, that's good. Not. Oh, boy. That's from the camera in Kiev. That's from the camera in Kiev. Right there next to the building on the top left corner. I'm trying to find a live map right now. Problem is, who seems to have one? Watch and see what's happening. I don't know if those sirens save lives because everybody's been hearing them so much they quit going to bunkers and everything else. Bad. See it. See it, see it, see it. If we get any updates. Here from the map. Watching, we don't have any activity out here yet on the map. Besides the air raid sirens that keep going off. The air raid sirens that were going off are right here. There hasn't been any new bombing activity. We know the troops are right here outside of Kiev. We know there's troops right here outside of Kiev. Nope, you've seen snow falling. The wind is blowing this way on this bottom middle camera, right up towards the middle. You will see snow fly by. There's rain in the lower left. Lower right, not lower left. No convoy has not reached it. There's a convoy that's north of here that has not reached Ukraine yet, that we know of. Yeah, they're surrounding major cities. It's not just the capital that's being surrounded right now. There are several major cities that are being surrounded. And of course, I'm guessing once more reinforcement troops come across, they're going to surround more cities. So at this point, they may be just waiting for that tipping point. They may be waiting for somebody like Poland to allow aircraft to fly out of there. Poland does allow that. That'll cause an escalation far beyond what we're seeing right now. Far beyond what we're seeing. Unfortunately. There was 2 apartment complexes that were bombed earlier today. There's not a video of it. If it was a video, then it was not today, yesterday. Video surfaced. The map is updating. You have to be. You can't even get into it if you don't have a login. You have 502 error. This map is live. I can interact with it on my side. Airstrikes. An airstrike has been carried out and there's casualties. But that was earlier today. I mean, this has updates on the side of it that are well after the system went down. It's live update as of 19:37:51. So It was updated like 12 minutes ago, or 5 minutes ago. What would happen if we bombed a Russian convoy? We would enter World War III. Put it? We bomb a Russian convoy, I don't think anybody else would disagree. That would make World War III happen. It's sad. That map is not the only place I get information from. Yeah, spitting in the face of a dragon. We haven't had any really Russian forces shell number 2 city and menace Kiev. That's the latest update we have. But the Russian forces, 17-mile convoy force we know is heading there. Sorry, you guys. I'm trying to read to catch up. Saw a video of that. That was a couple days ago. That pilot has since been shot down. That Ukrainian pilot was shot down. The Ghost of Kiev is what they were calling him. He's been shot down, unfortunately. Yep. Well, be a parking lot, wasteland. They're talking about the city that was shot earlier today. This is how slow the actual Associated or the press is to getting stuff out to the public. The city that was bombed earlier today that we talked about with the 2 apartment complexes south of Kiev is what they're just now posting about on actual news articles. That's a little bit delayed. They are still menacing Kiev. Yeah. Are you trying to give him an estimate of how many in that caravan? The easy way to just do it is to just think of 520 times how many ever miles? 520 vehicles times 17 miles. The thing is, when a soldier surrenders and is on the phone, already surrendered, and it has been shot after the fact, trying to talk to his family, means he should have been a prisoner of war. That video and that audio should have never came out because it should have never happened. It's not 40 miles long, it's 17 miles long. CNN is freaking way out with numbers. $40 miles long, they got to be dreaming. They're dreaming. They're dreaming. Like I said, I believe CNN just as much as I believe my big toe. And I don't talk to my big toe. Israeli-made weapons are heading to Ukraine now. Of course, the Pittsburgh 3 anti-tank weapon system manufactured by the State of Israel. Netherlands and Germany are sending it over. This is a weapon that can be tipped or used as a long-range missile device. It is a ground-based missile system that is very dangerous, and it's a long-range missile system that, of course, Israel uses. Israel is not neutral. That Israel uses for defense on itself. Ryan, I have a question. Who did the study? And then answer your question. I believe it. Yeah, good old Iron Dome system. Yeah, it's against the Geneva Convention. But they don't care. Ukraine is, of course, going to the Geneva Convention. Of course, they filed war crimes reports. This is all going to come in. This is all going to be going part of this investigation. This is going to become public. And when this becomes public, people are going to say, hold on. Wasn't Ukraine worried about the war crimes Russia was committing? What about all these war crimes that were committed? They opened a door that's going to be very bad. Very, very bad for them. Because war crimes will be looked at on both sides of this battle. They're not just going to investigate one side. They're going to look at the whole battle as a whole. crimes on both sides are going to be prosecuted. Yeah, people don't understand. People in the Donbass region are being prosecuted. Because they love their heritage of where they came from and where the country was once. Geneva Convention is, yeah, they're going to have to look into all the war crimes. They can't just look into one side's reports. They have to look into everything. Oh, I'm not saying we don't support anybody. I am saying the facts matter. I am not going to say I support Russia. I'm not going to say I support Ukraine in this. There's a lot that happened, and a lot came up to this. Yes, there's a convoy that's that's still in Russia, heading towards Ukraine. We know it's 17 miles long. It's been heading there for over 3 hours now. Sorry to say it like that, but come on. The news is slow. The news is slow. You guys can afford to support us, please do. We understand if you can't. Just making that announcement. Please, if you can afford to. Yeah. I'm not communist. I'm a realist as well. Facts of the matter that are happening are true. Yeah, they're saying 40 mile plus because it's stretched out. It's 17 miles bumper to bumper. When the vehicles were bumper to bumper before they started moving was 17 miles. No, I am not in Ukraine. I'm covering all this, updating myself on everything happening around everywhere. If I was in Ukraine, I would probably be sleeping. I'm in the United States. Real News Live, we cover news from the U.S. around the world. Are Ukrainians going to Poland? Yes, there are Ukrainians heading to Poland constantly. There's a huge line of them. 520 plus thousand. Now that's the wind blowing there. They have some thunderstorms tonight. Some rain and some snow. Rain in Kiev, a little bit of rain. Lots of snow up in Gordok still. This has been getting snow the last couple days. Trying to get another update on the map. Gateway's going out though. Yeah, I call it as I see it too. I mean, the facts speak for themselves. Ukraine have all NATO backing them. Russia has no chance. Dean, that's the problem. A lot of people don't understand. Russia has 6,257 nuclear weapons that we know of. That they can fire at any time. They could take 500 and end the world. I'm not from Fort Lauderdale, Florida originally. I do live here now. Yeah, it takes years. Brian, that was just a political statement. Nothing more than a political statement by that paper being signed today. I feel terrible for the citizens everywhere. Oh no, I live right on the beach. I live right on the beach in Fort Lauderdale. Well, how's Biden doing, Joseph? I'm guessing your name's Joseph Hunter Biden, right? Just like Hunter Biden's full name? Sorry, I had to. You're Canadian? Oh, even better. It's not 40 miles. The convoy. Oh, there's a 40-mile long convoy advancing to Kiev. It's not Kiev that they're advancing to. This is where the news gets so twisted. Kiev has a convoy at it, yes. There's another convoy that is heading towards the Russian or the Ukrainian border that was 17 miles long. I guess maybe they stretched it out to 40 miles long with spacing. I don't know. But it is not 40 miles long, the convoy, because the military base is well behind where the convoy was at earlier when it was 17 miles long. The convoy does not grow after it passes all major military bases. Fortunately, just doesn't happen. We could say the convoy is 200 miles long, but the vehicles still fit in that 17-mile space where they were parked alongside the road. Yeah, CNN's been saying things, BBC's been saying things, Fox has been saying different, everybody's saying different numbers, but the convoy is still the same convoy. You can't change what the numbers are. How many of you would fight if you had to? If I had to fight for my country, I would. I would not fight for a foreign country that is not any better than the country fighting them. That's all I'm going to say. No, I would not fight for Ukraine under any circumstances. Under any circumstances, I would not fight for Ukraine. Oh, the convoy is now stretching from South Africa to Mexico? Dang, Kevin, it keeps getting longer and longer and longer. What are we going to do? These convoys, they must have like, what? A couple 100 kilometers between them? I have a question, Dean. Do you understand why this conflict is happening in Ukraine, or do you just understand what has been told to you by mainstream media? Oh, they are on their way to Kiev? They turned them because they were heading straight towards the border, last thing I heard. And Semya, which was already Russian-controlled territory, so... Yeah, but did you actually hear, Dan? I don't know if you heard today. there's actually reports of Russian soldiers, and there's video of this, of a Russian soldier taunting people by saying, "You better get home. You better get home. Or you might get got." But they're not shooting at civilians. They were messing with them. They were saying it in Russian, of course, but. I hate hearing there's a war, and I hate the civilians having to be a part of this. And this is the problem, is civilians should never have to face this. If two political leaders don't like each other, they should have to go in a boxing ring and fight. End of it. Go fight in a ring. It's the 21st century. It's not the Stone Ages. This path you speak of crosses an ocean. Yeah, but the convoy's underwater. They're a subterranean convoy. Talking about the convoy of immigration. Immigrants coming to our southern border. Alex, you might be right. You might be right about that. It might be the convoy of immigrants. Yeah, Putin versus Ukraine's president in a boxing ring. Who wins? Who wins? End of it. Of course, we know what would happen in that thing, because Putin is a lot more active than most presidents. Oh, it is sad. Really sad that watching this world. Yep, we lost it. What's going to happen? $105 there in the UK. Well, have a good night. It is 8:06 here where I'm at. I don't even know how long I've been live, but a couple hours. Yeah, put leaders in the rings. They're the one. Heck, throw all the politicians in there. The politicians are the ones pushing us to war, right? The politicians want us in a war. They can have their war. We'll watch. We can be observers of political warfare. I don't think we're going to see this fight tonight. I don't think it's going to happen tonight. I think we will see a fight, but it won't be tonight. Guess I'm going on 7 hours. 7 hours and 4 minutes. $11 p.m. Eastern time. Is that when you're projecting, Brian, and it will go down? Getting to sunrise over there. Right when the sun starts coming up. Well, usually it's quiet from now until well after sunrise. Yeah, the convoy could take what? 11 p.m. That's around sunrise. What time is it there now? Time. it is 3 p.m. there, so 11 p.m. would be 6 a.m. It'll be 6 a.m. I don't know why you were booted out. I'm about to boot this Ola or this one guy because I'm pretty sure he's spamming. He's gone. Anyways, Ukraine is 7 hours ahead of me, just in case you guys wonder. Ukraine is 7 hours ahead of me. Don't post a link, you will be banned. Just warning you. Sun's not coming up soon. We still got 3 hours for that. I am going to take a break and leave these cameras running, though. Just sitting here, my back is killing me. I got to get up and move around a little bit, you guys. I hope you understand. Of course, if you can afford to donate, please do. Supporting the channel always helps. Hitting that share button is always great, too. And make sure you're following. If you have to go live and restart or whatever else, you'll make sure you get notifications. Russia is getting to be Russian. Yes, and Russia will be Russian soon. My goal. It's people just come in here to troll the chat and they flag people. I'm sorry. Those flags mean nothing whatsoever because Facebook just drops them. I keep hearing an echo of myself because somebody doesn't have their mic muted, but I don't know who that is. But it is driving me a little bit crazy. But massage chair, no, because then I would just fall asleep. And I have fell asleep live, so don't say that. Definitely happened before. Something else to say. I'll be back. Trying to get this map to update you guys. Please give me a moment for that. Yes, I'm back. I never really go far. Fried beans and wieners, and I bought what? I can't even say that. About time I'm back, I know. You just guys want me to talk about Russia some more. Now Russia's this whole situation keeps getting out of control. You sent me a message. I will have to check messages. Yeah, I already told everybody that listens to my channel, be prepared months ago. Not because of this, because of our state of the world. State of the world. The crazy world we live in. If you guys want to make calls in, just hold on 1 second. Let me set up the call so I can answer it. Somebody was just calling. I did not have it set up where I can answer it. So if you want to call in now you can. Now that I can answer the live calls. We can have a conversation live on air. How far is the convoy in hours? I don't know. Probably around 3 hours. 2.5 hours. Let's put 2.5 hours on the convoy. 2.5 hours on the convoy. How about that? Is it Russia's or Ukraine? It's Russia's convoy. Come on. Boy. Boy, come on. Yeah, in the last year I've seen some radical stuff that I've never thought I'd see in my lifetime. But the video is cut off. Hello, how you doing tonight? This is Chris from Real News Live. You're on air.
But they dropped the father of all bombs today in the Ukraine.
No, that's what somebody's calling and saying they did, but I haven't actually seen any of that. Let me hold on 1 second. I gotta get the audio.
Yeah, I sent it. I called in about that. But the thing is, on Sunday, it was all over the news channels that they're bringing in a platform for that. And then today, there's reports they did use it. and they violated UN laws and used it on a civilian population.
Well, where was that bomb used at?
It was used in the Ukraine.
Yeah, but where?
I ain't too sure what city is on Brett Bear.
Because I have all the bombs or all the explosions that went off today, and none of them are listed as that. The only military conflict bomb that went off earlier today that I was not tracking.
They listed it over Brett Bear, and also they confirmed it over Waters World. A U.S. official did.
Yeah. Well, I haven't heard. I cannot confirm nor deny that. They've said that a lot of things have happened. I've seen a lot of videos, of course, that show a lot of things happen on the Ukrainian side. That was, of course.
Oh, there's a funny
We know
thing
that
on
they.
the Ukrainian side.
Well, I mean,
Did you hear about the old lady?
What?
Did you hear about the old lady?
Which one?
Old lady went up to a Russian soldier. They have her on video. She kept asking, "Why are you here?" And then basically said F you to the guy various times, and then looked at him and looked at the Russian soldier and said, "You better start carrying seeds in your pocket, so there'll be pretty flowers coming out of your dead body as it fertilizes the Ukrainian soil." An old lady said that to him on video. It's
And
all
there's
over
video,
the internet.
and that's what I'm saying. The Russians aren't attacking civilian. Like supposedly, Russians are attacking all these civilians that we're hearing about on CNN and MSNBC or whatever. All these leftist channels out there.
Oh,
But
on
what's-
Fox they had an interview. You're gonna love this one.
I've seen
girl
lots
was
of
16.
stuff.
A girl was 16. Her friends went to evacuate. They called her and they said they saw Russian soldiers stopping people from evacuating the city. They're pulling them over and shooting them. They killed an entire family. She is now sleeping on an escalator with her family in a mall.
See that
She reported
the only big explosion today. I'm gonna say this just so everybody can hear it now. The only big explosion that I can track anywhere that the MOB might have happened was at the oil depot in Belodurenko, which I'm pretty sure no civilians were injured in. And if it was an MOB, that would have been a ideal place to use it.
Actually, it was a father of all bombs. Father of all bombs is a little bit bigger than the Moab. After we created the Moab, Russia created the father of all bombs to be a little more powerful.
That was not last night. That was not today. That was yesterday, and that explosion actually happened. We had a video of it, and that was an oil depot yesterday that was hit at an airport south of Kiev.
Yeah,
If you're talking about that explosion, that was actually south of Kiev last night, and the oil depot burned for about 4 hours after that. Right outside of a military Air Force base, the oil depot was. No civilians were injured. No military forces were injured. So if that's the bomb that they're talking about, I mean, because that was other. It was a huge bomb.
They said it happened here Monday.
The problem is Monday there versus Monday here is two different things. It could have been. Right now, it's technically Tuesday there.
12 hours ago, Indian News has it. Now they say you can use it. No, that ain't it.
Because there was one at the airport. Let me look up the name of that airport real quick.
That's kind of scary. He does the father of all bombs and then threatens to use nukes. You know what I'm saying?
Well, the nukes are a total different thing. That's kind of an escalational thing that's happened between Europe and him directly. That was not. I don't want to get into all that, but there was a lot of stuff that happened between side talk between those two countries, and then the nuclear threat came out directly from Russia against anybody that, of course, is going to arm Ukraine.
Yeah, it's hard to find it here in water.
There's no thermobaric bomb 30 minutes ago. Renewers, the vacuum bomb. Yeah, thermobaric bombs are vacuum bombs.
Yeah,
that's not what we're
thermobaric.
talking about. We're talking about last night. You know the big explosion that happened? It happened at an oil field south of Ukraine, or at an Air Force base with an oil depot next to it, and something like 100, or it was a ridiculous amount of oil. Oh, here it is. Here it is. Hold on. Outside of the Bereskas Valinko Air Base.
And there's a village outside.
That's right off the
there,
M5.
Main population.
Well, the civilian population is actually well outside of the range of where the bomb was. Nobody got injured. The Air Force Base was pretty much wiped out. The oil, of course, was burning for hours and hours afterwards.
Yeah,
and
they
we were
haven't
keeping
put
an
up
eye
the-
on that last night.
They
They
haven't
haven't
put
put out
the
the
waters-
location.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because once I find that, I'll put that up there for you.
Yeah, now today I know there was a missile or a couple missiles that went off that actually took out a 5-story apartment resident complex or apartment complex building, which that was not the target, but that's where they did hit, and Russia is responsible for those.
But still, a thermal barrier can only be used to...
No, that wasn't thermal barrack. That was thermal barracks were only used outside of civilization or civilization.
Even outside of a civilized area, they can only be used if, according to the UN, let me think the two things.
The UN doesn't make those rules.
Hang on. It was a rule that was agreed upon by us and them through the UN. It basically said if there was a larger force than us, we could use it. And so could they. The other reason was...
Yep.
If we
Here's
had to
here's
go
the
through
problem.
that area.
By saying that right now, what you're saying, the U.S. sent 14 vehicles that are equipped with 12 thermobaric bombs each on them into Ukraine under the terms that they were armored troop transports. And I showed a video of them passing. They were definitely labeled with U.S. logos still, and they came from Poland.
I've been out of off the internet for a little bit.
Yeah, that was like, I think it was 2 days ago when that happened, when we sent them in. Yeah, and Ukraine has used those, of course, against Russian troops. They're not denying that.
Yeah.
The thermobaric weapons are in play, they're in play. That's not a question. But the torturing, like we're seeing torturing of soldiers and burning of soldiers. I mean, civilians making threats to soldiers, and soldiers aren't reacting to them. They're not attacking them.
Actually, they have been attacking them.
No, we have plenty of video that shows women, children, everything else yelling at soldiers, cussing them out, and the soldiers just ignoring them. I mean, yes, there are some soldiers that get upset and yell back, but there has not been the physical attacks that have happened or that have hurt families have been crossfire or, of course, being in the midst of stuff going on.
But still, the one that got me was hearing that from that girl who was 16. Her friend's, basically her friend's father was shot. Just for driving a car.
Where was
And
this
they're
at,
saying
though?
there's no videos. Well, there may not be videos, it's just scary.
But that's the problem. Mainstream media I can have somebody on right now from Ukraine and give you the biggest sob story that doesn't exist. The biggest sob story. And make it sound so legitimate that anybody could believe it. But until I can prove something's factual.
For some reason, I can't even get onto the real news page. Earlier, it wasn't even letting me into live. And you're still allowed on mute to be in live.
I'm still live right now.
I know. My one phone won't let in.
That's Facebook censorship right there.
Well, that Dino guy. I saw his comments. That guy, if you've ever been in a war zone, you don't want to go there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
For someone who's been in a war zone, you know, you don't want to be there. and he was trying to say he was going to go fight for him and all. But there is one reason I got to disagree with you for. Would go there and fight for one reason. Actually, two reasons. I know a girl over there with a double H cup size.
Oh, well, all I can say is I feel sorry for the women and children, or of course, in Ukraine. But at the same time, we got to say this. What did we do in Afghanistan? I'm going to bring it back there because I have to bring it back there because women and children did die.
Yeah.
300,000 civilians died. 300,000 in the course of 20 years.
To some friends who are in Ukraine, I've been trying to get a hold of No One Left Behind. That's the veterans airplane. You know, they went into Afghanistan, saved the interpreters and all. They're getting
They
ready to
can't do that in Ukraine right now. Ukraine is in a war site right now.
They can go into Poland, where they're at in Poland, because Poland.
Well,
they don't
people in
have
Poland are being flown out anywhere they want to go. That's not a problem right now. The problem is they have to get to Poland.
The thing is, if they can get to Poland for a charity flight to get them out of there, they can do it. On the trains, they aren't even getting them tickets. They have to bribe to get on the trains now.
That's not even true. There's a lot of misinformation going around. I can show you a map of how many countries and how many people are in each country right now. There's over 500,000 people that have crossed the border, and very few are still left in Poland at that number.
They're getting ready. Refugee status in America and Canada, according to the State Department, as they talk to Fox News. So I'm like, well, now would be a time to get ready to do some charity flights to get some of them out of there. As many flights out as they can, anyone.
These people want to go home, though. They're going to want to go home.
They can find a way home. You know
That's what I'm saying. This is a war right now. They're going to want to go back to Ukraine. War's not going to last forever. You don't want to fly people millions of miles away. I understand the UN is already stepping in. They're going to be building, of course, encampments for people to stay at and shelter at. The problem is, if we end up going into full battle, which we're pushing that way, because Poland is now saying, oh, Ukraine can use our airfield and the 70 aircraft that the UN is going to provide to fight a war in Ukraine, but they can land in Poland. That means Poland is now involved directly in battle. There is no question.
You didn't hear about the other things, did you?
So much more now. I've been listening to everything. I've been following everything.
Stingers
It's ridiculous.
Yep.
Well, we already sent stingers. We've already sent all kind of. Javelins were sent over at the beginning. The problem is Russian troops aren't trained to use them.
Ukrainian
troops aren't. I'm so over this whole thing. Ukrainian troops aren't trained to use them. Ukrainian troops aren't even trained to use the drones that were given to them or sold to them.
Well, heck,
so then they use private contract companies that they're paying to send in there, which is, of course, a violation of war agreements anyways.
Oh, I'd use my inhaler. At least I ain't coughing up blood today. But as what I was going to say was they have their first ace pilot over there now. He shot down 5 or 6 jets.
2, and he has already been shot down.
He has been shot down. Is he still alive?
I don't know. They haven't given any information about that. He was shot down, though.
Well, I hope he's alive, because they're going to be sending a lot more, because the Air Force is getting ready to go in from Russia. Right now, they're just doing tanks and soldiers. They're preparing to do as many planes as they can for bombing. Right now, most of that you see is just missiles. That's just scary. In other words, he wants to take it over. He wants it as a satellite. He wants it part of Russia again. But he wants to turn it into a parking lot.
That's not what he wants, but there's a lot more to it. I guess not getting the big picture of what's happening, but a lot of stuff went into this. This is nothing to do with the U.S., and the U.S. shouldn't be involved. This has to do with us being involved in the first place, and us going over there and meddling in foreign affairs, once again, causing problems.
Actually, Gutfeld put it better. He's like, this is...
Oh, sorry, got disconnected. Sorry about that, guys. He got disconnected. If you guys are having problems with chat, please refresh. Please refresh if you're having problems with chats. I see a lot of people saying their chat's having a problem. Hit the refresh button. Chat is moving still. We are still live. I will be having to restart the feed, though, here in about 10 minutes because we are going to hit the 8-hour mark. I don't know if I can even see the chat now. No, I can see it. Sharon is the last one that chatted, right? You guys, all right. I see you, Alex. Mr. Test. I think so. Hello? Facebook is down, I heard? Nope, Facebook's going to be resetting here in a second. We're going to be resetting the feeds everywhere because we have to reset after 8 hours. Supposedly we have a missile strike here in Kiev, but I do not see anything yet. There's reporting that there's a missile strike. So this video might be delayed that we're even getting to the point we're not seeing it yet. But there is a report. I could tell you they were nowhere near trained to do what they did today with those drone strikes. That's all I'm going to say. Believe me or not, I don't care. The drone strike that took place today, that was very extremely targeted at a single drop, not a missile or a locked target, but a single drop weapon hit a train exactly on target. It's a lot more skilled and precision than you think. I'm going to have to reset here because I am reaching the 8-hour mark, so I will be coming back right away. I will be coming right back, but I do have to reset you guys. Make sure you're following the page and you have notifications turned on. I will be back momentarily.